Cast. YouTube and Twitch. This is gonna be weird because I've also got the display capture on this time because it would be the easiest way to make this stream happen. The downside is that I had to make sure I had to clear everything on my desktop because I was like, huh, is there anything I wouldn't want my audience to see? I was like, is there anything that I wouldn't want anybody to be like, Danny, what is that? I was just like, no, your email. Yeah, I've covered that up. Like, I do have, one of the things I do have is a browser, which actually does show my full name. I'm going to change that right now. That has my full name listed there. Unity stream? Yes. A Unity engine stream. The chat is missing. You were totally right. Give me a second. Duplicate. So copy. Paste reference. Okay, that seems to work. Thanks for the name. Yeah, welcome to Unity. Welcome to Assassin's Creed Unity. No chat on the side. Yeah, I just fixed it. So, here's what we're gonna do. Essentially, for the next hour or couple hours or so, I'm going to try to make a game. I'm going to try to make a game. And a couple weeks ago, I wasn't sure if I wanted to do this because I absolutely had no idea what the hell I was doing. I absolutely had no idea how to use this thing. Well, not very well. Not to a very, like, large extent. So in the past few weeks, I've been trying to learn as much of Unity as I could because it just filled the time. It was all I did in my free time outside of editing videos and looking for an actual job. They're trying to get an actual life. But what I want to do is finally try to show off what I do know. Like the minimal knowledge I do know. So we're going to try to make a game that I've already kind of conceptualized. Which, if anybody's familiar with the arcade game Xevious, that is kind of similar to what we're going to make. It's kind of like, we're going to make Xevious, except you have 360-degree aiming. Because in very old video games, like Galaga, or Space Invaders, or Xevious, there were games where you would be navigating a ship that is auto-scrolling through a level and you just shoot down enemies. I think that is a formidable opponent for a game that we can try to make on stream. Now, I don't know how long it would take. I don't want to half-ass this. I want to try to add as much as I can, but we're going to start small. So what I plan to do is we're going to make a ship that can fire a bullet in any direction. So it's 2D. Yeah, it's a 2D game. Like, what? You thought I was going to make the next MMORPG that's going to completely change the face of gaming? God, no. God, no. That's not what we're doing today. Maybe we'll do that, like, in a week from now. If I like the vibe that this is, if I like the vibe that I'm creating here, if I fuck with what I'm doing today, maybe I'll do this again next week. And maybe we will officially become a 5-day streamer. DSN Live will go 5-day stream. But, like, you know, that's less time to edit videos. The Calamity Act 3 video is going to be out before the Stardew Valley Year 2 video. Those Stardew Valley videos are hefty. They take a lot of time to make. Are you going to use a sprite? Oh, dude, you already know. You see it right down there, right? You see it down there. We're going to draw all the sprites. I'm going to also make all the sprites, which is going to be even more fun. Now, I'm not going to claim I'm an artist. I'm not going to claim I've worked at Blizzard for 17 years. I'm not going to claim that I'm any sort of expert in this. The fun of this is that I'm going to be learning just in front of all of you. I'm going to be learning this stuff just in front of all of you. So, also, one thing I wanted to do, this is very Star Fox coded. If anybody's played Star Fox, when you shoot down enemies, sometimes they drop upgrades to your blaster for your ship. So I want to see if we can make something like that. Now, the only reason we ever make anything with upgrades is because the enemies would have health or something. Yeah, I'll be learning too, I guess. Yeah, I'm gonna try to explain it. I'm gonna try my best. It's like I'm gonna be Dunning-Kruger for the next couple hours. I'm gonna act like I know everything about this, but when I don't. So first off, I know I don't need this. I think like Global Light 2D, we're not gonna need this for this game. I don't even know what it does. I have no idea what it does. For some reason, by default, Unity also doesn't give you any like of the folders that you actually would want to make. For example, let's actually rename that to scripts. Scripts plural. And then we also need another folder for where all our assets are going to be stored. We could store them in the home directory. You wouldn't want to do that. I don't know. In larger games, I'll understand, trust me. How much programming experience do you have? Because I've been coding since high school. I've never really used it in any sort of applied like, you know, apply, like any sort of applied environment. Unfortunately, like I was never able to have an internship. Yeah, I'm super lame. Like my resume is kind of awful. Like a Scratch level. Oh yeah, I used Scratch when I was maybe in middle school. I remember that. So we have sprites, we have scripts. What we need to first do is make an object, which we need to, it can be whatever the hell we want. Hi, Stardust. I thought you were gonna say applied energistics. Yeah, it's not quite like that. I think we need to first make a sprite. So we're gonna need to immediately abandon Unity for a second, and we're gonna make our first creation. It doesn't need to be sophisticated. It just needs to be a ship. It just needs to be. It just needs to reek. You are the player. It just needs to reek. You are the player. So let's say if I wanted to like take a bit of inspiration from Xevious and like, well, no, let's not make it look like the Xevious ship. Let's make it look like what I think a ship looks like. Okay, that's I mean, I think I fucked this up. Why does your brush look like that? I didn't turn down the pixels. I didn't turn down the pixels. What, do you want me to like, do you want me to do that over? Do you want me to try that again? I don't know, let's go 10. This thing's gonna be very small, by the way. Make it pixel SRT. Make it pixel art. Well, no, I think like, I'm not super good at pixel art, so we're gonna try, let me try that again. Yeah, it's not exactly I can't with you. Okay, so now I need to make it look like there's a window. Yeah, I also didn't claim to be like an artist either. That doesn't look like a window. It's gotta be like, it's gotta be something like that, and then I can use the fill tool like that. I guess we'll make it red for now. And then we'll also add something that maybe looks like thrusters. This better be a placeholder until you find an artist. I'm not releasing this game. I don't need to pay an artist. That's not for until years from now when I go and create my magnum opus and I go and create the game I've always wanted to make. For now, we can just work with these like goofy sprites. Okay? I just kind of didn't want to buy an asset pack. I just didn't feel like making an asset pack. Hold up, just bear with me. Just bear with me. Add a guy in the window? I'm not that detailed. There's only so much we can express. There's only so much we can express with like with our very limited palette. I want this to be a little more orange. I think I could use some orange. We don't want to dwell too much on this, by the way. Let's not dwell on this too long. I don't know. Do you think this ship is fine? Looks all right. Oh, whoops. And then we do something like this. We add like a bit of yellow. Kind of like a monarch butterfly kind of thing. Looks like half a spine with the pelvis. It does kind of look like a pelvis. It kind of does look like a pelvis. Okay, no, we don't need that. I think let's not have too many lines. Let's not have too many lines. What if I like... No, that doesn't look good. That looks stupid. Alright, I honestly... Look, let's just go with this. I think this is fine. This is totally fine. We just need something to start with. So let me... 1 second. There's some things I need to make sure you don't see. Because I was just thinking like, oh, if I open that, I would not want you to see that. I just want to make sure I know what this opens. Nice files I just saw. I don't know what you saw. I was like, I don't think when I open that at base, I don't think that should be anything like terribly like confidential. Sorry, I'm just making sure. Okay, I got rid of something pretty confidential. What's the 1 terabyte folder you've got there? Nothing. It's nothing you need to know about. All right, I think we're good. I saw some like, it's like some pictures of me and my friends that I'm just like, I don't think I need you to see that. One terabyte of Terraria modded footage? You're not far off. You're not far off. All right, so if I do save as, this is where files are normally saved. This is where files are normally saved in Aseprite. However, I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to copy the directory for this. And I'm going to do export as. And then we're going to choose file, and we're going to send it to here. And then we're also going to go into assets, and we're going to go into sprites. Save it there. So let's just call this the ship sprite, okay? Peak drawings. Want to hear a joke? What is your joke? What do you have to say to me? Also, if anybody wants to hear any, if anyone wants to hear something that isn't the Pizza Tower music, just let me know. It's like we've had the tutorial music playing. We've had the tutorial music playing for like the past 10 minutes. Yeah, I guess like, what is it? I was like, I think like something you did see, what was it? Was it like, okay, now it's going back to here, good. You don't need to see my shitty ass drawings. You don't need to see my shitty ass drawings. All right, so that's where the main scene is saved. We want to look at this. So now when we dump this onto the screen, wow, that is way bigger than I thought. Read my joke, why did the chicken cross the road? I don't know, Blue, why did it? So that ends up being a lot bigger than I thought. So I guess like, here's my intention. Here's my intention. This camera element is meant to move. It's meant to move like with the... Actually, wait, no, never mind. I'm not gonna think about that for now. Because I have an idea. I have a different idea on how I want to do this. I'm also gonna change the background. We're gonna make it kind of more space colored. Because the main camera, I guess, just has its own background color. I don't really know why. It just does. So I think we don't need to worry about that. Slate black? We could? See, like, I don't want to make it too black. Oh, I guess that looks fine. I don't know, you said space color? I guess that's like, we can change that anytime we want, by the way. So this is how we, like, zoom out. So this is how we make the camera a bit bigger. So you see this giant rectangle? This is where the camera is. What's wrong with black? It doesn't, I'm not sure if that's, like, the space color I want. Also, I'm noticing, I was about to say, I was like, something was bugging me, and I was noticing that this isn't fully centered. So put that at 0, 0. Why does that still not look? Oh, it's because the game was zoomed in. What color is space? I guess I'm not sure. What does it normally look like? All right, we're gonna rename this to an actual ship, and we also want that we can add components to this, so we can give it like specific properties that we know that it's gonna need in the game. Let's also go back to the camera. Let's go with, what about 24? I think 24, size 24 seems fine. Get some pizza music other than the tutorial song. What are you doing? Hi, Line. Welcome back. I am doing Unity stuff. So today, I wanted to try to make a game in Unity. We're going to try our best to do this. And I'm going to try my best to show as much as I can. Because, obviously, I have VS Code right here. Also, this was from something else. That's like an older project that I don't need to worry about. I don't know. It's like, what kind of music do you want to get? What kind of game is it going to be for today? It's in the notepad. VS Code is based. I don't know. I don't need Visual Studio. Visual Studio has a bunch of other odds and ends that I don't think matter for this. I just need something to type code into. Okay? It's like when you ask for... It's like when you ask for, like, it's like buying a video game console, but then, like, Visual Studio is, like, the video game console with, like, all the add-ons to it. With all, like, the add-on attachments. I don't know. There isn't really add-on attachment hardware that exists for game consoles anymore, really. Like, you know, like, when the GameCube had all those different extensions and add-ons, there was, like, LAN cables. It also had, like... Well, what else did it have? It had, like, wireless controllers. It also had the Game Boy connector. You know, like, stuff like that. You don't need that stuff. You don't need that stuff. So this is what I want to make. I want to make a ship that can aim in 360 degrees. I want to be able to spawn enemies and have the ship destroy them. And I also need to drop upgrades. I want to have some of the enemies drop upgrades for my weapon, and it makes it stronger. Ask a coder to help you. I am the coder. I don't need help. You see, like every software engineer, I actually don't need anyone's help, and I can do everything myself. Like every software engineer that knows what they're doing. I don't know. Do you have any experience with programming and stuff? Do you have any line? Something like Vampire Survivors? Not really like Vampire Survivors. It's like Xevious. Like, I think in my notes, it says it's like Xevious. It's like Xevious or like top-down Star Fox. I don't know. Well, Star Fox is probably inspired by Xevious. I don't really remember. I don't know. It's like I played Star Fox Assault. It was a game on the GameCube, and it was made by Namco. And they also gave like a free version of Xevious along with the game, which is really neat. But I'm getting distracted. Let's try not to get distracted. So this ship is completely useless on its own. It can't move. It doesn't move at all. So what we need to do, we need to create a mono behavior script. This thing allows us to add new behavior to this ship. And one of those pieces of behavior that we can apply to it is movement based on the keys I press on the keyboard. Scratch level, like, yeah, exactly. I learned Scratch as well. My brother took summer classes. Yeah, I took some summer classes as like a programmer too. So let's just call it something that we know we'll remember it for. So we'll call it the ship controller. That's gonna make the game freeze for a second. I don't know if they remember because it was a year ago. Yeah, if you weren't practicing it, if you don't consistently practice it, you'll just end up forgetting that stuff. So let me open VS Code. So this is where all the magic happens. It also is giving me access to Copilot. Yeah, you can go fuck yourself. All right, so we don't need this. This is the start function. Basically, once the object is initialized, if it has this script on it, it'll run that start function first. There's a function called awake, which will run it even before start, but we don't need that for this. Not for now, we don't. All right, so what we want to do, we want something called input. And it's like, wait, no, I'm getting ahead of myself. We need a float variable called velocity first, because we need to determine how fast the ship can move. So for now, let's start with like 20f. Let's start with like 20. And we'll also serialize the variable. So we know that this variable will now be modifiable from the inspector inside the Unity engine. Let me show you what I mean. So what you can do is once you make this script, you can actually take the script and apply it to the ship. And as you can see, it now has a velocity. Now this value doesn't mean anything. This value currently doesn't mean anything. The class is only 4 days. What could you learn in 4 days just for programming? I don't think it'd be anything that could get you any sort of entry-level position. Not unless like your dad worked at Blizzard. Also, that I should not. That was Discord. I don't know. I was like, should I have Discord open? And I was like, do I have anything on Discord I don't want you to see? I don't think so. It's only got the Discord that we use. It's only got that. Where was my VS Code? I'm losing track of everything. All right, let's finally put this to use. So what we need hold on, I'm thinking about this. I'm thinking about it. Do you have the fat pyro commissions? No, I don't. I answer you honestly, I don't. I'm trying to remember how this worked. So if memory fails me, I have this thing here. So this is Obsidian. This is a note-taking application. And pretty much when I was learning Unity, I was I was basically writing down everything I needed to remember inside here. So one of the things I believe I need, I'm looking for component issue. Was it common methods? Yeah, input. So this is how we get input. Oh god, arctangent square. Yeah. Well, that'll come into play in a second. We'll have to use that. We're gonna have to use. That's why I saved that image. I saved that image because that's how I figured out how to like do 360 aiming. Because it's like it's weird. It's really weird. So there's several ways of translating mouse and keyboard. Yeah. So essentially, we can detect these things called axes, which are all preset by Unity and allow us to. It translates user input into actual code. Why am I completely blanking on this? Yeah, so it's like, this is the easy way. This returns a Boolean, but then this also returns an integer. Why am I completely blanking on this? So it's like input dot get axis, and what we want is horizontal, so this thing can at least move left and right. I want to say this is a float value. Yeah, it is. Okay, so we'll need like move x. Let's say we have a variable called move x and a variable called move y. So this is like the x direction and y direction this ship is going to move in. So we need input, why did the stream freeze? 4-hour classes, 8 to 12, you'll learn coding and what types of coding to use? How are you expected to preserve any of that information in a 4-hour lecture? Jesus. I believe then what we have to do, I low-key want to see what this actually returns. I'm not sure I actually remember what this returns. God, why? I felt so intelligent up until I started typing into the keyboard. I gotta go. I'll check back later. Okay, I'll see you later. I felt so intelligent like 20 minutes ago. Yeah, I saw the stream buffer for a second. Sorry about that. I hope that wasn't anything serious. Yeah, let me see if I remember how to do this. So vertical, and then it's like times the velocity times time dot delta time, which delta time is a special variable, which is meant to take into account it's like the time between a frame. I think I wrote a note about it. It's somewhere in my notes. See, I don't remember these things. That's why I write a lot of this stuff down. Yeah, there's delta time. So different devices have different refresh rates. When update is ran each frame, it can be ran at a different rate dependent on the device. That's the general gist of it. There's some math that determines how a computer that's slow and fast, how delta time maintains the game speed based on your refresh rate. All right, so let's also do the same thing up here. So time dot delta time. And then what we need to do, delta time is so the game runs at the same speed regardless of the frame rate. All right, so now what I need is to get this variable. So transform dot position. These are variables. The transform and position are variables that exist within every game object. This allows us to determine the position of this thing. Which I believe I can just do like new vector 3, and then it should just be like move x, move y, and I don't know, like 0, because it tells that we don't have a z-axis. But I don't think we need a z-axis. Oh wait, no, it's not transform, it's translate. My bad. Yeah, I was thinking of a different thing. Position is if you want to move something like in one frame. Translate will allow it to actually move smoothly. So let me see if my memory like serves me correctly. So if I hit the play button, I want to say I should just be able to use WASD to move. Okay, yes, I'm not a fraud. Why not vector 2? Because I want to say transform. I want to say the translate variable, this method, it takes a vector 3. And it's like, if I also show you in the inspector, the position is still in vector 3 anyway, even though we're only in a 2D environment. I don't know, that's how I interpreted it. Again, I don't know everything. This is what I just get from it. So we're only changing the x and y variable. The z value never needs to be changed, so we just keep it at 0. Also, while I've got this open in the inspector, I'm gonna set this to 10. So this is the order and layer. This is how, it's kind of like how all the objects in the game are going to be overlaid on each other. So no matter what, this ship will always be on top. There will be nothing that will like cover it over. Unless it's higher in the order layer. This is like Scratch if Z-axis existed by default. I don't remember much of Scratch, but I did use it a bit in middle school. So it's like I'm already halfway to being a game developer. I'm already halfway. Now that we've got this, things could get kind of icky if we do it this way. Things could get kind of icky if we do things this way. So what we're gonna do, I'm also gonna turn this into a function. So we need void set movement. We'll call it set movement. Or how about do movement? Do movement sounds better. So what we can now do is just move this into here. Oh shit, I didn't do like the big brain thing. I didn't do this. Wait, hold up. Pretend I didn't do that. I didn't do like the super cool thing. So what you can do, something I learned recently, was that if you highlight a piece of code and you press Control period on the keyboard, you can do something called extract method. And then what you can now do is press F2 to change all of its occurrences, and then do movement. I didn't know that. In all my years of using VS Code, I didn't know you could do that. Like, that's really fucking cool. Also, you don't need that private keyword. Variables, all functions are private by default, I believe. But we don't need that keyword there. All right, so now this thing should function. This thing should behave the exact same way as before. However, we now just have our code much more organized. So, like, if I play the game, I'm not going to do this every single time. I think what we might want to do... Let me up the speed. Like, how fast do you think we want this? I think, like, how about... Let's try 50. I don't want to make it too easy for you to dodge all the enemies, you know? I don't want to make it too easy. I don't know, that was my one fear. Like, the game could end up being too easy, but I'm like, no, as long as the game is functioning, I think that's fine. If the game is too easy, that'll be the least of our worries. Yeah, that's really useful. It is really useful. I also want a method for doing the rotation. Now, before I do this, actually, I'm going to show you the mistake I ran into first when I did this. So, do movement. Let's also make a function called do rotation. And what we can also do to solve this error, it should allow us to just generate a method called do rotation. Can we play it? I don't know. I honestly don't know how to build a game and give it as an exe file to someone. I actually don't know how to do that. None of the tutorials I've watched have shown me how to export and, like, build your game. I don't know. It's like, I want to say that it's not that big of a file, so I might be able to just share the project in Discord. I don't know. Unity Engine's free. You can get this for free. You can get Unity Engine and use it for free. All right, so now we have the do rotation. What we want to do now... Basically, it's like... Here's what I'm gonna do. This was very hard to explain. Doing rotation based on where the mouse is, this is where this image comes into play. So essentially, this XY position, this is where your mouse would be. Like, let's say your mouse is hypothetically here, and this is where the player is. This is how you would go about calculating the direction, like the rotational orientation that the object needs to face. I don't fully understand it either. However, it's like the result you get of using arctangent is in degrees. Or no, it's in radians, and you have to turn that into degrees. So what we're gonna do is I'm going to shamelessly use a snippet of code that I already like stole from someone else. Because like I had to go learn this. Where did I put this? It wasn't in there. Where did I put this? I was like useful info, scripting notes. Was it in here? I'm trying to remember where I put this because I know I wrote it down. Because I was just like, shit, that is like annoying. What's the point of my notes if I can't find anything important? That's for scriptable objects. We don't need to worry about that right now. Why can't I find it? What did I do with it? Yeah, there's a 2 radians and 2 degrees function in Terraria. Not sure about this though. Yeah, there is something like that as well. It's just like I already preemptively wrote this down because I didn't really want to copy it. Or I didn't really want to have to figure it out myself on my own. I thought I wrote it down. I feel so stupid right now. Are we talking about pi over 180? Not quite. So let's look at mouse. I must be crazy. Like, did I not actually write this down? I should have. So built-in functions, delta time. There's getter methods. Yeah, sorry, just bear with me. Because this is kind of, this functionality was kind of important that I wanted to implement. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to try to pull up the video where I found this information. I can't believe I didn't write it down. So here's the thing. Here's what would normally happen. It's like, so first what you need is like input dot mouse position. This is how you get the position of your mouse. And it's like given to you in like a vector 2, I think. Yeah. Now, the thing is, it's not that simple because you then need to translate it. You need to translate it into like world point, which is really bizarre. God, I feel so fucking stupid. I can't believe I don't have it. I gotta look through it like one more time. I don't want to dwell on this for too long. Okay. This is where I was starting to get stuck. All right, let me jump to something different. This is this is going about as well as I thought it would. Let me jump back into Ace Right because now we're gonna make the bullet. And it's like we don't need to think too hard about this. I think it's like for now we just need something that's kind of capsule shaped. Something like that. And then we can I guess that's fine. We just need like it's like I want to be able to upgrade the bullet and it's like fires I want to be able to upgrade the bullet and it's like the bullet's color will change as it gets stronger. But we won't need to do that just yet. Let me also export this. Ignore these shitty ass drawings. I don't know why it comes back to here. Why does it always go back to the Sprite project file? I don't know why it does that. All right, so what I want. So open an Explorer. Give me this. That's not what I meant to open. It's this. Not to do any backseat coding, but you need knowledge about some functions or something. I know quite a bit about the math side of coding. I'll keep that in mind. And then this needs to be named bullet. All right, cool. It's like, I think if I tried to mathematically rationalize it, maybe I'd eventually figure it out. So now that we have bullet, we can just dump this in here. Let me see if I at least remember this much. Hello? What the fuck? Why? Oh, give me a second. Why was that not working? Oh, what the heck? How did that end up there? I don't know when that happened. Alright, so here's our bullet. I might need to make the bullet slightly smaller. It does look kind of big. Yeah, because it was made in the same scaling. So let's go like 0. That's too small. Let's go 5. Let's make it half the size it's supposed to be. Now, the whole thing about this bullet is that it's gonna spawn... The bullet needs to be instantiated wherever the ship is. We're probably gonna need to make an entirely separate script for firing the bullet. So inside the ship controller, what we'd also need is to check for... like, firing a bullet. So I guess, like, for now, let's ignore the rotation. I think the rotation might be one of the hardest things we'll need to deal with. Because it does need... I need to think about it a bit more. So let's say we have a function called doFire. Not audio distortion filter. Now, let's make a new method called doFire. So essentially, I want to say I can put this in an if statement. So if input dot get access fire 1. Okay, apparently not. Because why is that? Cannot implicitly convert type float to bool. I don't remember what this would output. Why am I like, it's like when now that I'm streaming this, I'm suddenly just forgetting shit. But honestly, this is good because I really wanted to put my skills to the test here and try to do it in front of you guys. So like, again, like I said, I'll make mistakes, I'll forget shit. And then, so I know we need an access called fire 1. I don't think this does anything on its own. Yeah, I don't think it does. Well, let's test it. So if I do debug.log, let's see what this gets us. I want to say this shouldn't do anything. Unless I'm misremembering. Oh. Okay, that's weird. Alright, now I'm really curious. What the hell does this even say? What the hell does this... what is even meant to be outputted here? Don't worry, I gotta re-remember this. Are you serious? Oh, right, because it's called Fire 1. My bad. Okay, so currently it says 0. Did you say it was a float or something? Yeah. Okay, so if it's returning a value of 0, and if I click, it turns at 1. Like that. Alright, I think I know what we can do. So I was on the right track making this if statement. So, fire 1. And if it's equal, it's gonna always check if it's equal to 1. Not sure if this is the best way to do this. I'll say this quite a few times. Not sure if that's the best way to do it. But that should work every time I left click. It should output the word fire. Now, the problem is that the moment I hold down on the mouse button, it, like, has a lot of instances of the word fire. So I might need to make some sort of timer so it doesn't do that constantly. But we'll think about that later. So what's supposed to happen here is that once I hit fire, I need to instantiate a bullet. Cooldown? Yeah, I gotta figure out some way to make the cooldown. For now, let me also work on this bullet. So for now, I don't want a bullet to appear the moment the game begins, so let's set this to be inactive. However, I'm probably gonna need a script on this thing. So let's make a mono behavior script called bullet. And we'll call it yellow bullet for now, because I think we'll have different bullets. We'll probably have like bullets with different behaviors. So essentially what I want to do is that once a bullet appears, the moment the bullet appears and we want it to be awake, so it turns on as quickly as possible. The moment it instantiates, it does this. So what we want to do is have the bullet... Game object basically represents the object itself. So game object dot set active, set that to true. So the moment we left click, you coding GTA 7? Exactly. I'm getting ahead of the game. All right. Honestly, I'm kind of flubbing about. I thought I knew shit, but I was like, I don't. I thought I knew shit, but then I didn't. Now, here's the thing. To determine where the bullet's gonna go, we also need some information about the ship. We need some information about the ship as well. However, let's start with just making it go forward. I'm thinking about how I would do this. So fire. So inside this function, we're probably going to need to instantiate the bullet here. And when the bullet is instantiated, it should run the code in here. I think, theoretically. So let me do serialized field. Game object bullet. Here's what we can do. If we want to pull information from another object, we could do something like this. Let's go back to the ship, and then we can toss this in here. I guess I'll rename this the yellow bullet. Because again, we'll probably have different types of bullets. Now we have all the information that's inside the yellow bullet. So essentially what I can do is I can do an instantiate and then a bullet. I need a new vector. I need a new vector 3, which is essentially the position that this new object is going to spawn in. So I can simply just, the vector 3 I can just use is transform dot position. Which is essentially, oh, does it not like that? Oh, wait, I don't think I actually need new vector 3. I can just do transform.position because this is a vector 3 already. And I think we don't need to worry about this. Don't worry about what that means. That's like the default rotational argument you put in. That's the default rotational argument you put in for the time being. Yeah, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. So theoretically, when the ship is moving around, the moment I press left click, it should just spawn a bullet. Oh, Jesus Christ. I think it spawned a bullet object. I might need to left click again. I'm not sure if this, maybe, I'm not quite sure if it spawned the yellow bullet object. I might need to click again to make sure. Strangely enough, I'm not sure why it didn't spawn. Or I'm not sure why it didn't set itself awake on, like, the moment the object, like, was created. I'm not sure why it didn't do that. That's what I figured would happen. What if I move this here? I know this sounds, like, silly, but let's try it. I just want to see what happens. Because, I think, like, again, if I stream this in front of you guys, maybe I'll learn maybe slightly better. Yeah, see, for some reason it isn't working. Huh. Because, like, this is how you make the bullet active. Yeah, see, there's the bullet. This is the game object. Alright, we're gonna try some weird stuff. So, let's say we have sprite renderer. Sprite. And that is get component. Okay, it's not gonna work that way. This is how you would get the component inside the sprite itself. I thought, at least. So sprite renderer, sprite, get component, sprite renderer. That's not... Oh, I don't think it could do it there. I think that's the problem. At least I thought it could be. I thought it was allowed to do it there. Yeah, see, that's completely fine. So sprite dot object dot set active equals true. Let's try that. Let's see if that works. I'm just throwing shit at the wall, all right? Why is it not? Am I crazy? Like, set active. This is what it's supposed to do. Hold up. You know what? Hold up. I think I just remembered what I had to do. You have to attach the script. you have to attach the script to the fucking object. I mean, like, I should have done that anyway. Wait, no. Why am I getting so lost with this? Is that not how that works? It's like I've been brain farting like with just some basic shit. So instantiate bullet, game object bullet, which is the yellow bullet object. Yeah, it's like this could probably be over some people's heads, but not mine. I can figure this out. So when we instantiate this, bullet, it spawns the bullet. Obviously, if I do this, I want to say it should then just like make clones of the bullet. Yeah, see? Look at all those fucking clones of the bullet. So what? Okay. So game object dot set active to true. I need to make sure I fully understand what's going on here. What if I get rid of this for now? What happens if I set this to false? While this thing is on. Okay, that's really interesting. Why am I getting so confused by this? What the fuck? Bullet instantiate. So yeah, that works. Like, you click the button and then it instantiates a bullet. Which is like, if it makes a clone of the bullet, once this wakes up, the moment this bullet comes into like the object tree here, comes into the scene, it immediately is made false because I don't want it to just appear. Like, I want to make a duplicate of the object that has it to be true. That makes it like, that makes the object true. Huh. That's not how that works. So instantiate, I accidentally pressed the insert key. The identity, let's keep this saved. Also, one thing I noticed was that is the bullet actually like on top? Because that shouldn't be happening. Let me stop the game. Yeah, why is the bullet on top? Oh, because I think I changed the layer while the game was active. That's what happened. Yeah, now how do I... Hi, Ash, welcome back. It's like, how do I shoot... How do I create a version of this object that isn't, like, broken like that? I mean, like, technically... I want to say that... So, if we run this... See, obviously, it's got a bullet that just immediately spawns, and it's not supposed to be there. I mean, obviously, eventually, these bullets... This bullet is going to transform. Translate. It's going to translate. This is the Unity engine, Ash. It's going to translate forward. Yeah, it's going to move forward. So I'm also going to need, like, the bullet travel distance. I'm sorry I'm getting so scatterbrained. I feel like I should ask my mom one question. We're also going to serialize this value. Okay, so ship controller. Quaternion identity. Yeah, I'm just like reading this over, like I'm gonna understand it more by just staring at it like this. So it's like, this needs the position of the ship. Well, it's gonna spawn it in the position of the ship. So it's gonna need like its current position where it spawned. And then it's gonna move forward from there. Why? I'm so fucking stupid. Like, why am I... It's like, I thought this came easily to me. I like... You're watching me humble myself, like, live on stream. I thought I actually knew what I was doing. So translate moves the object in set XYZ direction. Which is like, yeah, that makes sense. So how about this? Don't move any other direction except the bullet travel distance. And then what you're gonna do is that you're going to destroy yourself. It's like... So we need to check like the Y position. So if... But then we also need to get the position of where this thing started in the first place. What's the goal here? I'm trying to make a game. I'm trying to make something that resembles a game. I'm so upset. We've already been here for an hour. I'm trying to make something that resembles a game. It is not as easy as it looks. So if bullet travel distance, it's like if I run this is just going to destroy the object immediately. So for now, I'm just going to get rid of this. Let me just see what it does. All right, it's just not going to do anything. Oh, because the bullet travel distance was never set. So go bullet travel distance. What the fuck? Huh, interesting. Okay. I mean, that looks like looks like something. Yeah, why the fuck was that moving so fast? I think it was like a laser attack. It was like a fucking railgun. How about this? Times time. I think I forgot to do delta time. I think that's what was happening. It's because of my refresh rate. It was my monitor's refresh rate that made it like that. That was the problem. That's a lot better. Now, obviously, it's still spawning, like, way more than it should be. But honestly, that's progress. That's progress. Cooldown time? Yeah, now we need to configure some sort of cooldown time. So, serialize field float cooldown time. Also, what I'm going to do, I'm going to organize these. I'm just going to, like, rearrange them. So, basically, if the input, if this button is fired, what it's going to do, it's going to check. So, let's say, I think we might need to redo this. Let me also get rid of this comment because I already know what this does. Damn. So void start. Give me F's in the chat from my old tin can of a tablet. Finally kick the bucket. So let's say upon beginning, the cooldown time. Well, actually, I don't need to do this because the cooldown time is going to start at 0 anyway. Yeah, actually, I don't even think I need to serialize this value. This cooldown time is supposed to be 0. We'll do this time. We'll keep adding to the delta time. So basically, this is going to be incrementing. This is going to be incrementing every frame. And then once it is greater than like 5 or something, if cooldown time is less than, is greater than 5, then instantiate the bullet. Otherwise, don't do anything. But, yeah, otherwise don't do anything. But if you do fire it, set the cooldown time back to 0. So then the timer will just restart. Yeah. Who's Linder? Oh, that's another viewer. That person's kind of new. That person's been around for maybe like 5 days at this point. Yeah, something that's kind of weird is that it fires a bullet, like, upon starting. Also, that object has no way to destroy itself. So, that object is just gonna keep moving. That object is just gonna keep moving forever. Wait, no, this isn't travel distance. I accidentally set up the bullet's velocity. That's not its travel distance, that's the velocity. Alright, there we go. Yeah, so bullet travel distance. Let's try that again. Oh, whoops. There we go. So if I hit play, we're gonna have a bullet. I can't remember who I was. I'm disassociating already. Oh, wait, what the heck? I guess we'll make this equal to 30. I forgot to give it a default value in the first place. How was it moving before? How the fuck was it moving before? Oh, wait. I need to reset this. So reset that and update those values. That's like a little faster. Okay, so what I'm noticing is that 5 seconds is way too long. So the cooldown time... Okay, I need to redo this. So let's rename this to cooldown increment. And then what we're also gonna do, we don't want to use magic numbers like this. We don't want to do that. You set it to 5 seconds, should be like 0.5. Yeah, something much less. Let's do float cooldown increment, and then we'll serialize a value called... One second. Cooldown duration. And for now, we'll make this like 0.5F. And then we can use this value here instead of putting a 5 there, because that's not good. You don't want to do that. You want to avoid doing that. Yeah, the thing is like, I don't really know why it's firing a bullet, like, immediately. I want this, like, I want this object to not be active at the beginning. Alright, that is a lot nicer. Now, we have one small problem. We have one small problem. These objects do not cease to exist. These objects don't cease to exist. They just kind of travel infinitely. So we don't want that. We don't want them to do that. So let me go back into the yellow bullet. And I guess, like, what we're going to do, we can make something similar. So I guess, like, bullet duration. And I guess, like, let's say the bullet is going to travel for, like... I don't know. Do we want to do this based on time, or do we want to do this based on distance? I like that. I was like, do we want to do this based on distance? Because I was like, do we want to... It needs to travel a distance away from where it started. You know what I mean? So it's like, I need to keep track of where it originally spawned. I need to keep track of where the bullet originally, like, appeared. What I'm gonna do instead, actually. Okay, can't you just remove it if it goes off screen? There is a way to do that. I'm not entirely sure. It's like, I'd have to approach this differently then. Why does it not like that? Vector 3 is a type. It is not valid in the given context. Oh, whoops, my bad. So bullet duration... I guess, like, we can do distance. So let's go, like, 10F. So then what needs to happen is that I also need this. I want to say the moment the object spawns, I want bullet spawn position to be stored in this variable. Like that. So this thing is going to keep translating. This thing is going to keep going forward. However, if transform.position.y is greater than, I then need the bullet distance. I'm gonna need the position where it spawned .y plus the bullet distance. So if it's greater than that, then we destroy the object. I think that's what you would have to do. So basically it's gonna ask about its current position, and if its current position, if its current Y position is greater than the sum of where it originally spawned and the distance plus the distance it's meant to travel, then we destroy it. Apart from that, it's just gonna keep increasing this. Its velocity is just gonna keep increasing this. We'll give that a shot. What are you doing? I am working. I'm doing very important things. Okay, that is... It works, but that is a... breathtakingly pathetic... What the hell? Object has been destroyed, but you're still trying to access it. That is a problem. So what happens if I do this? Yeah, see, that's the problem. It's like, I could keep this hidden, but when I try to spawn clones, I need it to be active. But for some reason, it doesn't set the object active. I'm not sure why. So cooldown duration, instantiate a bullet. We can set it active here, I'm noticing. I think that might be the missing piece here. We have to set it active there. I know I'm fucked when the Tmod loader example code says you're on your own. It's like maybe one day I'll look into that. Let's see. There we go. Yes. It fucking works. So I don't really know why. Okay, so what happens? Sorry, let me see this. So here in this file, when you instantiate this, it makes a game object. It's making a game object. So that's why we can set it. We can use set active on this. So we can make it true the moment it spawns. Are you trying to make a game? I am. Emphasis on the word trying. But hey, look at this. Okay, maybe I should make the person a little bit faster. Let's try 30. And I don't know, I think maybe this bullet needs to be faster. This bullet seems kind of slow. So cooldown duration. So bullet velocity. Let's go like... Let's double its speed and see what happens. I might even lower the cooldown too. And then we're also gonna need to like up the bullet distance. Let's do it. Let's do 30. I don't know. How about this? Maybe this can be the initial bullet. This can be the initial this can be how the bullet initially looks. Okay, you get this pathetic little pea shooter type bullet. You get to start with this. I would lower that to maybe we'll do it if we want to make like an alternate bullet. You know what I mean? We make like the alternate stuff. But for now, that's perfectly fine. You know, it'll make you feel kind of weak at the beginning, but you have to keep killing enemies to upgrade your weapon. Alright, so I guess I gotta go change a bunch of values. So I need to... So this will stay at 0.5. Its velocity... I don't know, we can honestly make it like 40. And then in this case, we need this to be like 30. And we need this to be like... It needs to be like 60. Yeah, velocity is how fast the ship is gonna move. I wanted to make that a little faster. So those will be the new original values. Be right back. All right. Hey, we're making progress. You might come back and there'll be a full game sitting here. Even though I kind of came across the answer by trial and error. Variable of bullet in ship controller has not been assigned. Oh, whoops. Why did that... When did that happen? When you are back, this man's gonna make a AAA game already? Hey, I can't be stopped now, look. I can now have a ship that shoots stuff. So all I gotta do now is give like this, I gotta give this bullet like a collider. I need to give it like a... Let me make it active for a second so I see what we're looking at. Oh, whoops. Let me make this... Let me just take a look at the bullet. So what I need to do, for this yellow bullet, we need to put a collider on it. So let's put a capsule collider, that's perfectly fine. So what's gonna happen is that when we need to set it to a trigger. So basically, it's going to be checking for whenever something enters its collision. I want to say, so it's like anything with a rigid body 2D could interact with this. So I think it's time we need to make like an enemy ship to test this on. So let me jump back into A-Sprite. So it's time to make ourselves an enemy. So we can test this part out. We're kind of like testing whatever when I feel like it. Probably not an ideal way to code. Probably not an ideal way to do this. So what would our enemy want to, what would we want to make like a basic enemy look like? I don't know. I think like for the beginning, are you gonna release this on Steam one day? No, hell no. Hell no. Not really. Well, not maybe like for free. Maybe I'd like release it for free just so I could get an idea on how to release games on Steam. But no, I would never charge anybody for this. This is hardly a game. This thing is hardly a game. It's like it's the idea of a game. I wanted to feel like a game developer. So here's what we're gonna do. Basically, how about this? For our first basic enemy, let's make kind of like a drone type enemy that its only purpose is to chase after the player. Its primary purpose is to chase after the player. Yeah, something like that. It's gonna be like kind of rotating and kind of twirling towards the player. Very, very, very slowly. So let's export this. So let's call it enemy. I guess enemy 1. In case we have, like, more enemy sprites. God damn it. I don't know, I wish I could just set it so it's like, no, come to this directory. So show an explorer. Give me this. And then paste that. So save that there. Oh, okay. Export. There we go. Does it insta-kill you if you touch it? For now, yes. For now, it probably would insta-kill you. You know what? Actually, no. It's honestly fits decently. So, here's the thing. This thing is also going to need collision. And then it's also going to need... It's going to need 2 things. It's going to need a... I guess a circle collider is fine. And I don't mind if it's a bit bigger than the actual enemy. You know, I can be a bit merciful to my player. Your ship shape looks, well, weird. Yeah, it kind of looks like a goblin head. it kind of looks like a goblin head. And then it also needs a rigid body 2D. However, it doesn't need to abide by the rules of gravity. What in God's green earth is that? That is the enemy. That is who you will need to defeat. You'll need to destroy that. Now, what we're also going to do is we need to make something... We need to make a tag. Now, we mark like a category of enemies with something called a tag. We'll make a new tag called enemy. And basically what's going to happen is that when something enters the collider for the bullet, if it's tagged as an enemy, the enemy dies. The object gets destroyed. That's the idea. So I think this should already be enough. So now all we need to do is we need to go into the yellow bullet. And we need to, now that we've set it as a trigger, we can now use this function. So void on trigger enter 2D. Stop that. It's going to ask for a collider called other. And other refers to whatever is colliding with the object. So if other.tag, because this is a game object, if other.tag happens to be the enemy, then what we can do, I understand this much about triggers and colliders. I understand this much, so this part shouldn't be hard for me. Then what you need to do with the enemy is that you need to take the other, and then you need to find whatever game object this is attached to. Well, no, I guess other refers to the collider 2D object, not the game object itself. So game object, basically we can use this method on any, like, instance of a component, and it gives us the object that it's from. So we're just going to destroy this. And then also we destroy the bullet. Because we don't want this particular bullet does not pierce. So the bullet is gonna die instantly. The bullet will delete itself if it touches an enemy. So just destroy those 2 things together. I think that should already work. If you're getting annoyed by the music, I can change it if you want. So see how, like, the bullets are flying by the enemy? Try this. That's pretty good. Now, the enemy doesn't have any AI. Currently, it's just kind of standing there looking at us. But what I also want to do... I need to get this, like, rotation part down. I need to figure out this whole rotation thing. It's like I had a way to do it, and I completely forgot how to do it. I completely forgot how rotation works in this. Because, like, it has to do with... Basically, we need to get the... It's not this simple, like getting just the mouse position. It's much more complex than that. So let's work on this function. We need to finally, like, figure this part out. So input mouse position... It has to do with this. So input mouse position dot get... No. See, I haven't watched too many tutorials on this, so I don't remember. Danny, is this your life in the next 50 years? I mean, at least it's a life. It is a life. If I was ever picked up for, like, a position as a game developer, I'd love that. Not any more shitty, though. But, like, there's a lot of shitty places in every field. Alright, here. Alright, that's it. We're consulting the internet. We're consulting the internet. So we need Unity. So have the mouse. Let me check my history. I'm going to check my browser history. 1 second. I think this is what I'm looking for. I want to say this is what I was looking for. Yes, that's what I'm looking for. Oh, what's this? I'm now magically on someone's GitHub. Just wanted to make sure. So I think this is, it's something similar to this. What we're looking at here. What this person has. It's similar to this. So like, remember when I showed you this image? For like how for like mouse position and whatnot? This code here kind of reflects that. Yeah, I can't really show all of this properly. Yeah, so it's like a vector 3 mouse position. It looks like he casts a vector 2 from like a camera object. Oh, right. So you need an object, you need an instance of the camera. You need an instance of the main camera that we're using. And then you do screen to world point, and then you get it based on the input of the mouse position. Let me just like import the first line. We're gonna do a bit of plagiarizing. Forgive me. So vector, I was right when I was like, I needed a vector 3 for something. So what I'm also gonna need is an instance of the camera. It is 180 over pi. So we have an instance of the camera, which I might even serialize the field because I want to say, like, I need to make sure we explicitly say, like, yes, we want the main camera. Yeah, so we get the rotation. Yeah, I don't know. I guess, like, start a cell. Can you make sense of what this is? So it's like we get the we get like the arctangent squared of these two positions, which those two arguments are basically the y and the x of where the mouse position was, which was a vector 2 that we got in the first place, which was converted with a function called screen to world point, which like I don't remember explicitly what it does, or like explicitly like the math that converts the input of our mouse position to where it is on the screen. I don't really remember how it does that. All I know is that this method does do that. So arctangent square gets the angle from 0, 0 to another point. Okay. And then it gets it in radians, but then you need to take 180 over pi and multiply that by the angle that's in radians to turn it into degrees. Which, like, I feel like I vaguely remember something like this from, like, junior year of high school. I feel like I vaguely remember something like this. About converting radians into degrees and back and forth. Stream buffering? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, there's also something about offsetting it by 90 degrees. I don't really remember why we do that. I guess, like, maybe I'll remove it and see what happens. Alright, how about this? We'll see what happens. Yeah, we're just gonna be stealing shit. So do rotation. We're just gonna steal this dude's shit. Mine now? Yes. See, because I don't specifically remember like the exact math behind it. Because again, that's like, that was maybe junior year high school math that I'm struggling to remember. Which like my math teacher would probably be like looking at me like, Danny, what the hell are you doing? How do you not remember this? So let's see what happens. Okay, so we have one slight problem. That is really weird. This is also only shooting upward. I need to remember, like... So instantiate the bullet. Translate. It has to do with this. Bullet velocity times delta time. Let me change this. I need to get a feel for how this is, like, what this is doing. It's a bit of trial and error, and it's probably not healthy to do that. Okay. So I essentially need to get where this thing is facing. That is clearly not what it's supposed to do. Sine and cosine? I don't think we need that just yet. So bullet velocity. So when the bullet spawns, it spawns at the position that it's like it needs to know where the ship was originally facing. Something like that. Hold up. I think it had to do with that argument. Because I think now it'll take into account the rotation of the ship itself, instead of, like, following its own thing. Okay, now we have a different problem. We do have a different problem now. So, because now we have control over what direction the bullet moves in some cases, my if statement is not checking. It's not fulfilling my if statement and destroying the bullet when I fire it in certain directions now. So we need to do something about that. So in this case, I'm like thinking. Sorry, I know what to do. I'm just thinking of a good. I'm thinking of a good name. I'm thinking of a good name for this. Distance formula. I'm thinking of a good name for this function I need to make. So we need to make a function that returns a Boolean variable. So, Boolean... That was the first name I came up with, and I'm like, do I want to call it that? I was like, was there any better name I could think of? I don't know. I think that I think that is reasonably descriptive. That's bad, Lamar. Bullet has finished traveling. No, it's gotta be. I know it's long. It's just like, it's too long. God damn it. So, one second. Let me minimize this. Math teacher is so angry at you right now. Hey, I figured out the bullet part. I'm just like, no, my programming teacher would probably be angry at me right now. All of them, all like 8 of them. Like, Jesus. The council was looking at me like, what the fuck is Danny doing? So Bullet has finished traveling. Bullet has traveled. Bullet has traveled. I don't know how I feel about this one either. I'm not sure if I don't know if I want this one either. Normally, you don't. Some people don't like. I think like I camel case all of my. I camel case my C# functions. Some people like to keep. It's perfectly fine to just make this lowercase, but I capitalize all of them. Bullet has traveled, bro. What the fuck? So now we need to make one diabolically long if statement. All your teachers are gonna turn into Baldy. So we need to make I need to make a diabolically long if statement. Bullet stop. Well, it's like, so what this function is doing, it needs to check if the bullet has like gone past the distance it's meant to go. Because we're trying to determine whether to destroy the bullet and if it's traveled far enough. Bullet gone far enough. Bullet gone far enough. That's pretty good. I don't know. I think bullet has traveled is fine. So I need to copy this if statement. And then what we need to do is we also need to make basically like 4 different ORs. I don't know if there's a better way to do this. So what we also need to do is check the same thing, but for the X position. We need to check the same thing for the X position. Then what we have to do, we need to copy this again. We need to copy it again. Is the camera at 0, 0? Yes, it is. So this needs to, so these 2 operations here, we need that. Surround both of these in parentheses, and then make them negative. Also, there's something it doesn't like. I think there might be like an extra parenthesis somewhere. Or invalid expression. Oh, that's why. You can use absolute value X and absolute value Y. Wait, let me check. So math.abs. Oh, god damn it. Why did I not know about that? I think I should have known about that one. I bet that's something that exists in like the Tmod loader dev kit as well. Okay, so get rid of this. So we don't need that. So what we instead want to do... One sec, give me a second. So we need to do something like this. And then if bullet has traveled, it needs to return true. Of course, it's like, I need a way... else... return false. So now what I can do, I can get rid of this. I'm still crying because Tmod Dev says I'm on my own for the shaders. So if bullet has traveled. We'll see how that works. We'll see if that works properly. Why did it not let me click sometimes? This is looking fire. I mean, this is already, like, pretty solid. I don't know, I had some moments where it wasn't letting me fire the button. Did you swap X and Y somewhere? Now we just need an enemy. Yeah, see? Like, why? Did I swap X and Y somewhere? I was like, I noticed that sometimes it's not letting me fire it. So transform dot position. What's the bullet distance? Bullet spawn position. I don't know, it was weird. Like, sometimes it wasn't letting me fire a bullet. Which I was like, what kind of... That's kind of odd. I thought you were using camera coordinates. Oh, no, I wasn't. ABS only works around 0, 0. I think you should make the drone different colors to... A different color to make it more obvious. Fair point. Either that or I change the background color. I think, like, maybe this color's a bit too dark. It does look kind of... It does look kind of hard to see. I don't know. We can go back to the drawing board here. How about that? How do you feel about that? A bit more of a bit of a brighter color. See what happens if I do that. Will that break things? Oh, wow, look at that. It updated it on its own. That's awesome. I didn't need to do anything. It just changed it. Now, there's one small issue I have. You can't really tell. You can't really tell while I'm streaming this. But it's like it's like very much following the mouse, and it's really messing with the WASD movement. It like if you were playing this yourself, you would find this really weird. You would think this is really weird to control, which I don't want it to control this way. I don't want it to control this way. So there was a specific trick I do, which involves kind of nesting some of the information. It involves nesting a bit of the information to make this work. So basically the rotation, I maintain the rotation like this, so it can keep shooting in whatever direction it wants. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to rename this to ship. Pressing W makes you go towards the mouse. Yes, it does. Yeah, see how weird that is? See how weird that is? Like, that's the one issue with this. And I know how to fix it. I do know how to fix this. So what we can do is that we can nest this object. That's easy to fix if I recall correctly. So how I normally do this is that I nest this object inside like a parent empty object. And I basically put the XY controls on the parent and keep the rotational controls on the child. I'll show you what I mean. So if I make a empty object called ship, and then what I also do is that I make I turn this object into like ship aim. I nest these inside each other. Now what I can do in the script is that I can call on the parent. So if I come over here, can't you just set the angle to 90 degrees, do the movement, then set the angle to point towards the mouse? I'm not entirely sure what you mean. This is normally what I did. So basically what I need is the position here. So do movement. Like every frame. So set the angle to 90 degrees, do the movement, then set the angle to point towards the mouse. Set the angle to 90 degrees. So what, if I came into here, I would set the transform dot rotation. Let's do something similar to what's done up above. Like something like that? Hold up. What the fuck? Wait a minute. You might actually be a genius. What the fuck? Well, what the fuck was I doing? Holy shit, that's awesome. So it's like, okay, that makes so much sense too. You set the rotation to 0, the frame you want to move. Like the frame that the input is being received. And it's like, to the player, you're not gonna even notice it happen. Oh my god, that's awesome. Also, I am noticing... Yeah, do you see that? The bullet, like, disappears, like, very, very soon sometimes. And then sometimes I can't fire the bullet at all. I don't know. I don't think, like, I feel like the timer for this isn't perfect. Or, like, the distance at which it destroys itself. Something seems imperfect about it. The absolute value doesn't work? I don't know, I'm like, yeah, I need to check this. You software major too? Nope. So, bullet spawn position. Like, what is... There must be something weird going on here. Coding is a hobby. I want to say it's got to do with this. I don't think I should be doing that because I think... Doesn't this value, like, change every frame? Or no, it's like, well, during that one frame, it has a value. It's like, when this is ran, when this object is instantiated, it stores its spawn position. And then it's going to start moving. It's going to start moving forward. It starts moving forward. Sound more professional? Okay. Thanks. I mean, you showed me something that I didn't even think of. When you told me about this, like, adding this line of code completely fixed, like, what I was trying to do before. It's, like, a way better solution than what I did. It's, like, an infinitely better solution. Yeah, it's like, I don't think this function is imperfect. So, when the bullet spawns, I store its position. When the bullet has traveled, it'll destroy the object. If you aren't using 0, then absolute value does not work. Okay. Because, like, what I was doing was that it's based on it's like where the bullet spawns. You got to do distance checks or four-way if checks. Okay. Yeah, it's like bullet spawn position Y plus bullet distance. And how about this? Let's just, let me focus on one of these if statements for now. Let me focus on like the first part of this. So obviously, if this goes up too far, then it's going to, it should disappear. Let me think about how to format it. Yeah, see, this part makes sense. Let me also, like, just look at the ship here. Yeah, see, that part makes sense. Now, obviously, these bullets are going to go in an infinite distance. Yeah, see, that looks fine. I wasn't running into any issues there. God damn it. If absolute value of bullet X minus bullet spawn X is greater than the despawn distance, then delete it. Of the bullet's X position, I'll take a look at it. So what you basically just told me is that absolute value of bullet X, like the position of the bullet. Print hello, Danny. Hi, hope you have a nice day. Hi, welcome. So it's position minus its spawn position, but then we need the absolute value of this. And then it's greater than the distance it's meant to despawn at. Okay. That's basically the same thing as the 0-0 method, but it centers the origin around the start point. What thing are you coding? So this is a game. This is like a simple game. Well, it was initially meant to be a simple game. And then as we keep going deeper into it, it's just like, oh shit, this is kind of a pain. I mean, it sounds like this might be what we want. So I just got to do the same thing within an OR state, in an OR like conjunction for the X distance. 1,000 bug debugging moment. Hey, we're gonna take this incrementally. We're gonna take this one step at a time to make sure that we don't, like, you know, have thousands upon thousands of lines of code to the point where if we try to change one thing, it fundamentally breaks everything. You know what I mean? We want to make sure our code base never becomes that. And this game isn't even going to be, like, super, super huge. I'm not going to sell this on Steam. I don't know. If you guys want it, I can like, upload it to Steam for free, probably. I can, like, give it to you guys for free on Steam or something. Besides, I think it'd be cool to actually, like, try to do that. Maybe reduce cooldown for testing purposes. Yeah, let me check. Go under ship. Duration cooldown. Set this to 1. Honestly. I wouldn't mind a free Steam game. I'm so smart. Dude, start us off. Have you ever considered making games in Unity? Like, fuck. Like, it sounds like you've got, like, a pretty strong mathematical foundation as well, which would probably help you out a lot here. I feel like I haven't retained enough of my high school trigonometry, which I feel like would have came in handy here. Because, like, maybe I would have understood, like, the arctangent stuff a lot better. I was like, maybe once upon a time I did. Yeah, this looks like it works perfectly. I'm really good at math. Once upon a time, I was decent at math. Well, I think I like to think I still am decent at math, but I think I need to, like, brush it off. I need to brush more of it off. I need to brush off those books and, like, try it again. And, like, try harder. All right, so what we can also do, we can like take the enemies here. It's not my favorite subject, but probably my best. If I copy these guys, I want to say that rigid body will force them all to kind of like not be on top of each other. Or not. If you two work together, the gaming industry would have like an earthquake. Oh, but then I'd have to pay him if he was working for me. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do something cringe like pay my employees. So why do these guys not have... I feel like these guys should have some, like, collision with each other. Circle collider, rigid body, gravity scale. That's what I thought they'd do. Also, let me make sure, like, was I misremembering? Do I need this? Did I need this? Then lock him in the basement? Okay, you did need... Well, it's like... What the hell? Hold on, I'm just kind of messing with my game. Just to, like, see... Alright, let's make a small goon squad like this. Let's make... Oh, okay. Maybe we didn't need it. What? Alright, enemy 3. What's going on here? Oh, yeah, because, okay, so the enemy... So the rigid body is important. You do need that. I was like, why is he invincible? What's going on? I thought I hired goons. Yeah, look at that. That's lovely. Yeah, I thought they'd, like, bump into each other. Well, if I put them on top of each other like that, I thought they'd try to, like, rub off of each other because of the collision. Oh, wait, no, they do. I guess it's just, like, so, let's say I tried to put them on top of each other like this. I don't know, for some reason, when they were perfectly superimposed on top of each other, the collision wasn't activating. So if I do this, they should all pop out into, like, a little group. Yeah, see, like that. Now, obviously, we don't want to do that, because I want to say there was a lag spike there for some reason. We don't want to do that. So here's something we can try. So now let's make a script for the enemy. If it's the same space, it's gonna normalize into a 0 vector. That's some calculus. That's some shit I might have heard in calculus that I don't remember. Or linear algebra. No, that's normal sound like something from linear algebra. Yeah, I think, like, the thing about game development is that I feel like you need to be very well-versed in math, which I feel like I've lost a bit of my touch with it. I really need to learn that stuff again. Yeah, so what needs to happen is let's just, like, delete these enemies. Let's just start with one enemy again. So what needs to happen is that I've never done vector calculus. Oh, I see. It's like what needs to happen is that this enemy needs to slowly, like, move towards our character. I've never done calculus. Oh, okay. It's just like you already sound like very well versed in this stuff, and I was pretty surprised. I was like, I'm getting only pre-calc. I was like, I'm getting outshined in my own stream here. So enemy. So now I need basically what needs to happen is that I think, like, this needs a collider. So basically it needs a trigger. The programming knowledge surpasses all. It needs a trigger. So we need to actually make a script for the enemy. So mono behavior script, let's make an enemy controller. This man was just born different. So let's make an enemy controller. So I'm getting into much more unfamiliar territory. I'm getting into much more unfamiliar territory here. Because I now need to get this, guy to move towards the player. Which actually might not be that bad. It might actually not be that difficult. Because all I need to do is, I just need to get the position of the player. So basically what I could do is I could get... So if I serialize a field, I need to get the game object. I need to get the ship. So what I also need to do is I need to get the ship's position. So I guess, like, not the point towards a not the point towards a point. I'm like thinking, how do I? God damn it! It's more math. Scratch doesn't have a function for that. You got to use arctangent 2. Yeah, this is an arctangent 2 moment, isn't it? Is this another arctangent 2? It's like, how about this? How about this? Let's start with, like, let's see what we can do first. So ship dot here's what we're gonna do. Transform dot translate ship dot position. I don't think it's that simple, by the way. I want to say it's not that simple. Because I was like, oh, just give it the position of where the ship is at the moment. Alright, excuse me? There you go. Now, also what it's got to do... times... time dot... delta time. Also, I guess we'll have float... enemy speed. And then we'll have this equal, like, 20F. I don't think this is what you're supposed to do. I don't think this is what you're supposed to do, but we'll give it a shot. Yeah, that is definitely not what you're supposed to do. How often is it going to run the code? It tries to find the position. Oh, shit. So it's looking for a reference to the ship. It doesn't have one. Alright, try that again. Oh. Okay. I don't think it works that way. Oh, yeah, that is not how it works at all. For some reason, it only moves when I move. What the fuck? 1 second, let me check the script. Where's the script? I'm gonna serialize this value, by the way. Alright, so that is clearly not what's supposed to happen. So it's like, I need the position of the ship. How does it determine that? I guess it's like... Because like, rather than looking at something or controlling its rotational value, you would need to have it travel in this direction. Or something like that. So it's like, let's say this is where it's trying to get. I would run it at game frame rate times per second. Well, yeah, this runs every frame. I got something for this, do you? If you can enlighten me mathematically. If you can enlighten me mathematically, I'd appreciate it. Yeah, because just getting its position is not correct. Normalize a vector that points towards the player and has an origin of the enemy. Man, you learned this in pre-calc? I was like, I know I've learned this in Calc 3, and I am very much struggling to remember it. I also think the music just stopped. I picked this up on my own. 1 second, the music has stopped. Should I change this to something else? 1 second. Let me do this one. This is the Steam Gardens from Mario Odyssey. I always like this theme. I always like this theme. So what is this? Normalize a vector. Thank you, AI. Alright, thank you, Khan Academy. Thank you, Khan Academy. Oh god, why is this all messed up? Jesus, there's so many pop-ups right there. Says a vector of length 10. Vector of length 1. So to normalize a vector, simply divide the... Let me also turn down the music a little. To normalize a vector, divide each component by its magnitude. It involves the Pythagorean theorem. This is pretty intuitive. Say a vector is of length 5. 5 divided by 5 is 1. Looking at a right triangle, we then need to scale the hypotenuse down by dividing by 5. In that process, the sides shrink divided by 5 as well. Find the hypotenuse, divide the sides by the hypotenuse. Yeah, divide each component by its magnitude. Sorry, it's like, again, it's been a while since I've seen this. I'm like reading through it. Scale the hypotenuse down by dividing each side by 5. In that process, every side shrinks. Here's a program to normalize a vector. Yeah, so I'm not really sure how this helps me find the... It's like the way I logically see it is that it's it needs to travel in the direction of where it believes the ship is at that moment. Which I guess, like, yeah, it does come down to this. Something like this. Calculating the magnitude of a vector is only the beginning. The magnitude function opens the door to many opportunities. Since it describes a vector's direction without regard to its length, it's useful to have the unit vector readily available. Divided by its magnitude. I have low-key forgotten what this symbol means. Jesus Christ. I really have forgotten all of this. I was like, that bottom symbol. I kind of... Is that the... That's magnitude. God. Why am I am really cold on vectors then. Jesus. So like, you picked this up on your own in your own time. That's crazy. So vector of magnitude. So the magnitude of a vector is its length, regardless of its direction, which is calculated with a triangle. Yeah, okay. So it uses the Pythagorean theorem to find that. Or it was from looking at the line collision on Wikipedia. So the magnitude of vector AB is written as so. So yeah, you just find so the magnitude of a vector is simply just the Pythagorean theorem. It's just that. And then if you divide each component by its magnitude. Equals 1. The magnitude function opens the door to many possibilities. Gonna eat something? Okay. The first of which is normalization. Normalizing refers to the process of making something standard. In the case of vectors, let's assume that for a moment that a standard vector length has a length of 1. To normalize it, therefore, is to take the vector of any length and keeping it pointing in the same direction, change its length to 1. Since it describes a vector's direction without regarding its length, it's useful to have a unit vector readily available. So given any vector u, its unit vector is written as follows. We divide each component by its magnitude. I'm not sure. So why are these two values here important? So it's like, I would need to know the distance between the two objects, right? Because if I knew the distance between the two objects, I could determine how much by x and how much by y I need to move by normalizing the vector. So I guess like the first thing I would need is that I would need to find the distance between these two. I want to say you have a way to draw lines in Unity. One second. So I'm gonna need to pull up some documentation for something. So draw a line in Unity. So draw a line between a specific point. All right, let me just copy this line for a second. So this specific line, every frame, I would like you to draw a line from your position to where the ship's position is. I just want to see what this does. I also believe, I'm not sure if this is something that can be visible in the game. Yeah, it's something that's only visible like this. Okay. So I would need to know the length of this line. And then when you normalize this vector, you would get the value of x and y each frame that this enemy needs to move. Start a cell is AFK right now, so I'm not sure if the logic follows. But this is honestly very useful. That's very useful. I just need to know the distance between the two. I need a way to get the distance between two objects. Which, I don't know, it's like... I mean, I do have 2 points. One second. Alright, I know this is gonna be a little cringe as fuck. This is gonna be slightly cringe, but let me show you what I mean. So, like, let's say we have an object that exists somewhere at, like, space, like, 5? Like, 3 of 5? This is not by scale, by the way. Actually... Let me actually make it at scale. Let's say this is at... Oh, shit. Let me say this is at 3. And then let's say this is at 2, 2. So if we want to get these two distances, if we want to get those two distances, which I believe would just be 1, 1. So you would just need to subtract, the x value of the first object by the x value of the second object. You do the same for the y values, and then you calculate the hypotenuse from there. You calculate the hypotenuse from there with the Pythagorean theorem. And now that you have the Pythagorean theorem, and you have the x and y value, then you normalize the vector. And the two resulting x and y values is the translation that you need to move the object. I think I've got it. I think that's what you need to do. Okay, so, like, you're seeing me learn this shit in real time. I think I know what to do. So, enemy controller. So, what we need, every time we update the game, I guess, like, every time we update the game, we need the ship's position. So, let's say we have ship position. I think this is going to be I guess we'll take a vector 2. So, vector 2 ship position. Ship position equals ship dot position, or no, dot transform dot position. Then what we also need the current position, which we already have stored. Now what we need to do is I'm going to make an entirely new function. So void find path to ship. Now the thing is, this needs two values. It needs one vector 2. It needs a vector 2 for the ship position. It also needs a vector 2 for the position of the enemy. So that's the enemy ship's current position. I don't know why I did that. So what needs to happen? We basically have a pair of vector 2s. So I need to find, like, distance x. We're gonna need two variables. We're gonna need, let's do int distant x. We're gonna need the ship position dot x minus, no, I think we need, which one do we need? And also I need the absolute value of this. Let me pull this up again. Like, okay, let's say that we also had, like, let's say we had, like, a point at -2. God, I'm so stupid. No, this is fine, So let's say we also had a point at, like, -2, and then we had -1, -1. If we had to find this distance, this is also 1 to 1. I'm just, like, thinking of all the scenarios where this would happen. So let's say we had a point down here that's, like, -2, -2, and then -1, -1. If someone comes on stream right now and sees this, they're gonna think I'm absolutely insane. I look absolutely insane right now. I want to say it's always the second. I'm, like, thinking, which one do we need to subtract? I think, so it's like where we need to subtract the enemy's position from the ship's position, I believe. Let's try that first. So, enemy position, so minus that. I guess we'll just make this a float if that's what you really want. We'll do the same for the Y position. So now that we have distance x plus distance y, I'm going to assume there's, like, a square root function. So we need to also make a float value called distance to ship, which is math.square root of the sum of these two values. And what is this? Oh, it needs to be a double. This needs to be a, okay, that's not, what's happening? Okay. So, I was like thinking about this, where I'm like, I first need the distance between the two objects. And I was like, okay, I need to remember how you get the distance of the two objects. So it's like you need their coordinates, you subtract that difference, and then now that I've got the distance, I can now get the unit vector of that. I can now normalize the vector. And essentially the two x and y values I end up with by dividing it by the magnitude is like the direction the object needs to head in. That's what you need to be in the translate arguments. This image might not make sense. I played Ballad over 15 minutes. No, something's happening. I'm actually, like, okay. I've done more. I've probably coded more lines than Pirate Software. I might have actually done more. I might have actually done more than that. I mean, like, to be fair, it's like, well, I don't know. To be fair and also not to be fair, the code base for his game, I've seen it. I've seen it. I'm like, I don't even know how you could continue to work with that. No wonder, like, the work is stagnated. Maybe it's because, like, that Twitch money's good. It's either because that Twitch money's good, or he's lazy, or he knows deep down that the code base is nearly unworkable and is, like, impossible to work with. I don't know. It's any of those things. Okay, so I'm noticing that your code is probably better than Yandere Dev. I mean, I understand, like, programming fundamentals. I understand that stuff. And then Stardust Cell seems to have a much better understanding of mathematics than me. So maybe we are kind of working as a team here. So it's like I had to kind of brush up like how to, like, I honestly didn't even remember how to get the distance between 2 points. And I was like, no, that's just Pythagorean theorem again. I was like, I guess it's been really long since I've actually had to use math. Like, dude, I'm like dishonoring everybody I know. I'm dishonoring my entire family with this. So can't implicitly convert type double to float. So for some reason, math.square root returns a double. So what? Do I have to like turn both of these into doubles? Would it let me cast both of these into doubles? Okay, it still doesn't like that. Wait, no, what is going on here? Or no, you need to cast the entire result. You need to cast the entire result into a float. That's the problem. You need to cast it. Yeah. I got it. You're Asian, you should know. Yeah, I was like, I thought it had to do with like something in the arguments, and I was like, no, that's not it. So this is the distance to the ship. It's a very important value. Also, I discovered something really neat. Apparently, you can make debug lines. You can make debug lines between your two objects. So like when you have this enabled inside your code, it actually draws a line between like certain things. You can draw lines. Yeah, I was like, I should keep that. I should make that. I saw this online and I was like, ooh, I should use this. All right, so now that I have the distance to the ship, that's the magnitude I want. So now I need to normalize everything. I need to now normalize everything. I need to take... Those are annoying to make in Scratch. So I need to take distance x and normalize it. So float normal x will equal distance x divided by distance to ship. I'm gonna make a comparison to Scratch every opportunity. I love you. I would love that. I love you. I would love for you to do that. All right, and then distance y divided by distance to ship. And then what we need to do is transform dot translate. We need to do bro code without any music playlist. Do you not hear the music playing? I mean, I don't actually have a playlist. It's like the same track that's just going back and forth. Well, I have a playlist, but it's all copywritten music. I can't play that. So normal x, normal y, and then 0. And then find path. Find path to ship. You're gonna need the ship position. And then you're also gonna need transform dot position, the position at that moment. I just play the same song and then switch when I get bored. That's what I'm doing too. All right, it's time to see if my logic checks out. What the fuck? What the fuck just happened? Speaking of which, I think I'm gonna change it right now. What the fuck just happened? Oh, wait. I know the problem. I know the problem. You need the absolute value. You need the absolute value. I want to say we need the... Let me see if my... So in my image... So -2 minus... I was like, does it make a difference if I get these, like, the absolute values of both first? You need to square the side. You need to square the sides. Oh wait, I didn't do that either. Whoops. Yeah, you're right. I also didn't do that. Is there a POW? Yeah. Well, honestly. So what is this? Math double. I'm under the impression... Is that what it would want me to do? Is that what power mean? Is that what power wants me to do? Distance x2? I was just like, normally it gives me a description of what it does. It only gives me a description of what it does, so I wasn't entirely sure if that was exactly what had to happen. I'm still like thinking about this. I have no idea if this is... I want to say these have to be like their absolute... They have to be like absolute value in order to get the distance between the two. No, they don't. Like, do you not need to... Well, okay, you actually... Well, you square them in the end, so I guess, like, it's always gonna end up being positive anyway? Yeah, it returns a positive number every time. Okay. Sorry, I'm just, like, a couple seconds... You're always, like, a couple seconds ahead of me on this. Alright, let's see if that... How much that changes. I was like, I'm falling behind here. Alright, so... So why is the enemy running away? That's... What's the issue here? To take the square root of the powers here. Are you gonna try to make Assassin's Creed in 5 different game engines in that description? I don't know. For some reason, I thought it was really funny. Like, I don't know why I was laughing at this idea where it was like, oh, Assassin's Creed Unity. There's Assassin's Creed Godot, Assassin's Creed Unreal, Assassin's Creed GameMaker. I don't know. What was the problem? The ship position is it's ship position to enemy position. Wait, what do you mean? Am I subtracting them in the wrong order? Assassin's Creed and Doom engine? I think Ubisoft uses their own engine. They use their own engine to make the Assassin's Creed games. That's why all of them are exactly the same, except the ones that aren't, and those ones are also bad. Yeah, it would. What's the best way to do this? Alright, I guess that's the best way I can do it. And then we'll just change this. All right, we'll see what this does. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, you could have said that maybe a second earlier. Yeah, that's a... I don't know. I don't think I'd survive. Yeah, my ship is clearly not fast enough to escape such a fast enemy. Let me see here. So translate... Oh, right, delta time, delta time. We need to also multiply this by enemy speed and then by time dot... Actually, wait a minute, hold up. Can't I just do this? I can multiply all these elements just by doing this, can't I? Oh wait, no. I guess you have to actually do it within there. Never mind. It's like you have to be working with Hold up. Give me a second. Would it allow me to do this? Sorry, I'm like experimenting with something here. That actually might be... I don't know if that's like less work making it look like that. Yeah, I was like, I'm not sure if that's less work making it look like that. Okay, one thing I do know about vectors is that you can multiply by a scalar value to multiply that scalar value by every element in the vector. That's one thing I do remember about vectors. That's one thing I do remember. Alright, enemy drone, show me what you can do. Now that is fucking sick. We have like a little semblance of a game here now. Yeah, so now it's to get enemies spawning. I actually didn't know that since you can have to store the vectors as 2 separate values in Scratch. Oh, ew. Ew, disgusting. Why would you do that? Okay, so you remember why I normally wear a black shirt when I do streams where I'm in the dark? It's so you eventually get to a point where you only see my head. That's why I wear a black shirt in these streams. I'm probably gonna do that tomorrow when we play. Well, we're playing Bloons tomorrow. Wednesday we're playing more Minecraft. Yeah, so I should now be able to do this. If I like duplicated a bunch of enemies. If I just like duplicate a bunch of enemies, they should all try to follow me. Alright, let them all multiply. Alright, collision is so easy for it. You just add an object to two, you just give 2 objects collision and they collide. Well, actually, wait a minute. Why are they not colliding with each other? Oh, because of the is trigger, that's why. Okay, so they need like, they need a separate collider for each other. Yeah, because I don't want them kind of like walking over each other like that. So I guess I can just have a second collider. I don't know. I don't know if that's the best way to do it. So we have a second collider that isn't a trigger. So get rid of all these guys. We wanted to add the second collider to these guys. Alright, collision and scratch is a pain. How would you do collision and scratch? So what happens if I, like, do that? Would they all pop out of each other? They would not. Yeah, one thing I noticed is that my bullet can collide with enemies at the same time. Like, one thing, I'm not sure if I'm too fond of that, but, like, I don't really know how I would fix that. It's like... So what's happening is that sometimes my bullet will collide with 2 enemies at the same time and it kills them both, which I'm not sure, like, if I wanted to do that. I'm not sure if I wanted to do that. I'm like thinking about it. I was like, there's somewhere in like the order in which things are calculated to make that work. All right, I want to say they're not falling on each other anymore. Yeah, see? Now they're not like moving on top of each other. All right, so one little aesthetic thing I want to do with these guys. One little aesthetic thing I want to do with these guys is every time we update... So, serialized field. Float. Rotation speed. Essentially, what I want to do is I kind of want these guys to be, like, spinning kind of slowly. So every frame, it's also going to... They're gonna, like, menacingly rotate towards me. So generate a method called do-rotation. And then... One second. I'm thinking, like, is there a better way to do this? I was like, is there an equivalent for translating? Oh, yeah, there is. Okay. Applies the rotation of Euler angle z degrees around the z-axis. Okay. So for now, let's do that. Let's do rotation speed times time dot delta time. Not Euler angles, or however you spell them. Well, that's how we got this to work with the Eulers. That's how we got this to work in the first place. Like, I didn't really understand it completely. I don't know, rotation speed can be like 10F for now. I don't want them rotating too quickly. Also, actually, I think this rotation will mess with their... That does make an interesting effect. Do you see that? I saw it, like... Okay, I think, like, I remember we had to do something... So in this moment, we need to set its angle. Well, actually, hold up. How do I make this thing it's like... I could just put it in a parent object that's rotating on its own, but I don't want to do that. Because when you showed me how to do that other thing, I was like, maybe we can make this work. Yeah, let me see. What happened in ship controller? We'll see what this does first. Because, like, I'm going to assume the answer to this will be similar to what we did in the other one. It's rotating very, very slowly. Let me change its rotation speed. I accidentally destroyed the object. It's because its rotation keeps getting reset. So that's not gonna work. Huh, so... It's like, how do I get it to be rotating while it's finding its way towards... Well, okay, I guess, like, what I could do, just get the current rotation at the time, I suppose. Well, no, because then it's not going to move correctly. It's not going to move correctly then. Like, if I get the current rotation of the area, it still won't move correctly. I don't know, maybe I won't think about this for now. I'm just not gonna worry about this for now. I think, like, this is, that That's already, like, pretty solid. That's crazy. Yeah, I think for now, this is, like, a good start for our enemy. Now, the only thing is, we need a way to spawn them, so we can kill them. So it's kind of like off-camera, I need to... Not off-camera, like, somewhere off-screen, I need to create a way for them to spawn. So how's it going? This game is coming along. Like, I've got a ship that can rotate, shoot in any direction. I've got, like, enemies that... Well, I don't have a way to spawn them, but I have a way to... I don't know, like, I can demonstrate how they work. Auto-spawn? Not yet. I don't have a way for them to auto-spawn just yet. I have a way for them to follow the player. Which is pretty nice. Now make the enemy spawn projectiles. Oh, that'll be a different enemy. Light theme or dark theme? I normally use dark theme. If you couldn't tell, I'm in dark mode right now. I've also gone off screen. I want to make it so we can't go off screen. I want to make it so we can't go off screen. I'm going to have to add, like, colliders on the edge. Yeah, it's like, so what I'd have to do, what I'm thinking of doing is, well, let's also just take a look at our to-do list. So some of them drop weapon upgrades to your weapon. So it's kind of like I'd have to instantiate, like a new object that's kind of like a pickup for like a weapon upgrade. Goofy ass enemies. Oh, the stream is dying. What is that? Why is the stream doing that? The bitrate is dying. It's like what? All I'm doing is it's just a fucking... I'm just working with Unity. Like, come on. So some drop upgrades to your weapon. Yeah, it's like, we've already got 2 out of the 3 things I wanted to get done, like, minimalistically. That's pretty solid. Sorry, I'm, like, staring at the stream right now. Are there going to be multiple types of weapon upgrades? Like, fire rate or bullets fired at once? I'm thinking... So how I'm thinking... I guess, like, when you pick up a weapon upgrade, I guess, like, my first instinct was just, it was just going to fire, like, faster. I don't know, maybe we can, so, it's like, we'll have yellow bullets, maybe we'll have one that's, like, a spread, and then we'll have one that has, like, piercing. It has, like, piercing, but it's, like, a slower fire rate. I think it'd be something like that, but, I don't know, I'm thinking, like, Cuphead logic? I don't know, maybe something like that. I just want to get the enemies to spawn. I want to get enemies to spawn first. Like, just on their own. Toho stuff? Yeah, something like that. Yeah, it's like, I imagine making bullet patterns is hard. So let's just get rid of these guys. Let's like, keep our one enemy here. So what I need to do... I need to make a new object. We'll just make a square for now. So this square here, let's not zoom into it like that. Oh, a red one that's more of a shotgun spread and less damage, but more damage if they're closer. Yeah, I haven't implemented health. I haven't implemented health into the enemies yet. I haven't done that yet. Just give me a second. Homing is hard? Well, I would imagine homing is similar to the behavior of this. I imagine the homing would be similar to the behavior on how the enemy comes to us. Like, we would just have to make the bullet really fast, and then it just, like, follows a path to the enemy. Well, it's like, I don't know. It's like, it would fire in the direction of the enemy. I would assume it would curve after it. It would have to be a very fast bullet, too. So it's not, like, looping around. Or maybe it stops aiming if it gets too far from its target. I don't know. The detection of the nearest enemy? Yeah, I bet that's hard to implement. Alright, so let me adjust the size of this. So this needs to be roughly the length of the camera size. Essentially what this is kind of our spawn plane. It'll be positioned somewhere like that. So here's the thing. This collider, it's going to have a box collider around it. And I think that should be enough. Just so the ship shouldn't run into it. The ship should be able to react to it. Oh, wait, no, the ship doesn't have a collider. The ship does not have a collider. I think for now, we just need... I guess a circle collider is fine. And then we'll make the circle, like, slightly smaller. Yeah, like that. Then an upgrade to each. We'll see how this is. I assume, like, the enemy's going to... Yeah, see, the enemy will do that. Do you want enemies to push the ship? No, they should not be pushing the ship. What in the hell? Why? What? I would imagine both of them can't go through that. The purple one gets more pierce and speed. That's weird. The yellow one should become a beam with a lot less damage. Well, I'm not going to think about the bullet types just yet. So I have a collider. Why am I able to go through the ship? It's like I don't want a rigid body 2D. Well, I think like with a rigid body 2D, you can give it so much mass that it can't be pushed by anything. I'm just kind of surprised it's not behaving the way I expected it to. So box collider is material. Used by effector is trigger. Let's go ship. Let me look at the ship. Let you screenshot. What are you even talking about? I don't know. It's like maybe I should try adding a rigid body and see what happens. I think like I want to say a rigid body would fix this. So give me a rigid body. Rigid body 2D. Then what I also need to do is make the gravity scale so these enemies do not have gravity. Like no one has gravity. What the heck? It's like, it shouldn't matter if they push me because I just die if they push me. I'm supposed to just die if they touch me. Size of edge radius. So circle collider. I see what's happening. Mass, gravity, angular damping. I don't know, if you know something, start a cell enlighten me. Box collider. The movement code is overriding / counteracting the collision code. Circle and rigid body. It's like, I've never seen that happen. That's like, again, I'm a bit new to Unity, so... Sorry, I guess that was just a ping for the YouTube. Yeah, it's like, it should just stop. Like, see? Why am I able to just, like, move through it like that? With, like, a bit of force. If I'm right, the movement code is stronger than the code that pushes the player away. Yes, I'm not sure why having a rigid body even, like, makes this happen. Or, like, this collider should make it so it can't even cross this wall anyway, because it's also got a collider. What if I give this a rigid body 2D? Then what happens? I think it's gonna fall. Yeah. Angular damping, mass. So, like, it shouldn't have gravity. However, I believe it should just make me push it. Let me see, like, can the enemy push it? Yeah, it can. And then I can also push it. Which is not what should be happening. That's not what should be happening. Because I don't want the... I don't want the ship to leave the bounds of the camera. That's the main issue. I thought this would have been easy. Like, I would have just been able to use a collider to prevent it from leaving. That looked like Star Sector earliest development phase. I don't know. I guess, like, the only thing I could think of doing is making this, like 10,000. Like, if you give this mass, like, 10,000, I believe this ship shouldn't be able to push it. Or, I guess I can. Or no, I changed the rigid body of the ship. My bad. Why don't you just use the camera size? Well, I need a collider. It's like, I don't think I can turn the camera canvas into a collider itself. I don't think I can do anything like that. I don't know, unless, like... If I go in the main camera, you can't, like, add a collider on top of this, can you? Like, what would happen if you did? It'd be really strange. Why is the ship unaffected by any of this? I find that so strange. Why does the ship seem completely unaffected by all of this? Because, like, it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be above any of this. I don't think that's the problem. Like, I don't think it has anything to do with its layer, right? It shouldn't. Yeah, see? Yeah, for some reason... What the hell? So let me keep this at 10. Let me add the rigid body back. You could use the four-way if method. Wait, no, I got it. There we go. All right, cool. Oh, whoops. Oop. So can I make this so that they can't leave the bound? Like, they shouldn't be able to cross this. Because that's a... Wait, is making a camera boundary that simple? Oh, no, it's trying to push it. Okay, no, it's not that simple. It's not that simple. It's trying to push them out of the camera range. Can I make, like, a box without fill? Can I make, like, a box without fill? I mean, otherwise, I'd have to make, like, 4 collider boxes around this thing. Yeah, now they aren't allowed to be inside it. Like, if we did this, this would also be in respect to the camera. This collider would be in respect to the camera. So, like, wherever I move the camera, the collider goes. Yeah, like, let me... So if I, like, if I take the camera... Yeah, see? That's honestly an interesting discovery. Okay. I mean, like, what? Would I have to have, like, 4 different colliders? Like, around the camera? I'm not sure if there's anything, like... Is there any way to make, like, a collider that has, like, an interior? There's, like, composite collider, custom collider, mesh collider, polygon collider. Yeah, is there anything that's, like... Is there anything that's, like, a collider, but... Only it's like a frame collider where only there's like an edge, but like the inside is fine. Otherwise, I just have to make 4 box colliders. Otherwise, I just have to copy this. Like that. Now, why do these colliders not have the ability to modify them? That's weird. Why do these guys not have, like, the spline edit? Okay, maybe what we should do is... Oh, whoops. Not that. If I had a second box collider... Why am I not allowed to have 2 splines? Why? Alright, we're gonna have to explore some different colliders here. How about... What's a composite collider? What the fuck? What the fuck just happened? Oh, right, I'm in stop mode. I forgot I was still in game mode. So remove component, add a... Show me a composite collider. Now the camera has gravity, which it should not. It should not. I don't think this is what I want either. Timeout collider. I need a... How about an edge collider? Hold up. This actually might be what I'm looking for. Hold up. Hopefully. I have no idea if that's how that's supposed to work. Oh, well, what do you know? Alright, perfect. Let me also, like, make sure this guy can't cross over. Not even remotely scuffed. I have no idea if that's how you're supposed to do that. Yeah, it even works on this guy. Good. Now, the problem is, the problem is, I need these guys to spawn off screen, so the collider is not meant to affect them. The collider is solely for the ship. The collider is solely for the ship. So there might need to be like a... I need to make like a spawn plane outside of the camera's view. It needs to be in respect to the camera, though. Well, no, it doesn't really need to be in respect to the camera. It's like, I was thinking of like, oh, do I need the camera to move if we're trying to like cross over some environment with the camera? But I'm honestly gonna I might use a trick. I have an idea for a trick to make it look like the camera's moving somewhere, when in reality the camera's still. Where it's like, if I have any background decorations, I'm just actually gonna make it transform across the camera to make it look like we're flying over somewhere. And then delete the object once it goes off screen. And then just like respawn it somewhere above the screen again. Something stupid like that. I don't know. It's like... I'm not sure which one's more work. I just couldn't think of like, how would we do this with the camera? Because like if we're moving, we'd also have to be moving like against the camera, because in like older games, you don't need to be, you're not really fighting the camera, if that makes sense. Like as the camera's moving, you don't even feel like you're getting left behind by the camera. You're just moving with the camera. I don't know if what I'm saying makes sense. So anyway, I guess like we still need... I need a way so that this collider does not... This collider needs to only recognize the ship. So layer overrides. Is this what we would want? Looks like it. So include layers, exclude layers. So if I go to ship, I think you can like set layers. I guess we can make our own layers. Let's make a layer for the players. So ship layer set to... Is that not how that works? Why is this not showing up here now? Sorting layers. Alright, just get rid of that for now. Yeah, it's like there's the built-in layers, there's user layer, there's water, and then there's UI. Transparent effects. Now I'm like, is this, how are these layers ordered? So I think like... Yeah, I think, like, if it's 5, that means, I think that's, like, the layer it is. Yeah, so this stuff is above in priority, I believe? Or this stuff is, like, this stuff is rendered above, like, based on how high its number is. If that makes sense. So 5, anything that's rendered at level 5, that's rendered above all the other levels on top of it. It'll appear on top of it. I just need to make it so that enemies... For this collider, I need to make it so that only the ship is stuck inside the box. If I do that, what happens then? Like, would this make it so that anything on the default layer, should be able to just cross the box? Yeah. Okay, so it does exactly what I thought it would. I don't know, I kind of want to add my own layers. I don't know, can I really not modify this? Yeah, this is the default layer that's kind of at the bottom. Or I guess like 0, I don't know what's, I think 0 is part of the layer hierarchy. And then 1 and onward is just everything layered on top of it. So what I would need, I don't know, I'm like, do I render enemies on top of it? How much progress do you think you're making currently? Honestly, not that bad. I got an enemy that can follow the player. I've got a way to surround the... I got a way to, like, shoot bullets. I got a way for the bullets to kill enemies. That's not bad. So user layer... It's like, I haven't really used this layer system. What would happen if I added a layer called ship? Yeah, see, now it's just a layer called ship. I don't know, I'm under the impression that we could just ignore all these default layers. And I can just go and make my own layers. You know what I mean? Like, fuck this. What if I say... Like, if I start from 10, let's say if I... Like, let's have a ship layer, let's have an enemy layer. Let's have our own user interface layer. I don't know, just for the hell of it. I'll just see, like, what this is like. So none of these should be listed here, which, yes, they are. So this is part of ship. This is part of the enemy layer. And now, what should happen is that if I go back to the collider, I should make it exclude the ship. So let's say I spawn the enemy off screen. Let's say the enemy appears off screen. Just kill the fruit fly. Fruit flies are stupid. Fruit flies are very smart. Oh, okay. Actually, no, it needs to be include. I did the opposite. So include layer ship. And then exclude... I guess, like, exclude everything? Let's try that again. So now this enemy should cross through. And then the ship shouldn't be able... Yeah, see? Oh, what the shit? Exclude enemy? Okay, so include layers. Let me just see. So let me set this back. Let me make sure I understand what I'm changing here. Exclude hostile pixels. Yeah, so layer overrides, include layer everything. So if I do exclude nothing, I believe this should stop them, right? Yes, it does. Okay. So in that case, we exclude enemies. Exclude enemy. Yeah, I think Stardust already said that too. Yeah, see? Alright, cool. So, now the ship stays in the bounding box and the enemies can spawn from outside. Yeah, it's just like, so getting enemies to spawn. Oh, whoops. If you set one of them on everything over, did I see that right? So this says the layers to include for contact, merging with any layers already included via the layer collision. So basically, we include everything to say that all objects will respect the collision. And then we exclude a layer that we decide, and then anything on the enemy layer will not have to worry about the collision. That's the entire idea. The order matters. Yeah, so, like, essentially, what could happen? Well, like, to simulate what we're trying to achieve, basically, enemies are just going to keep spawning off-screen and, like, chase after the player. Like that. Essentially, like that. That's what it's supposed to look like. So, we now need to make a educational stream. Well, it's like, you see me dick around a little. You see me brush off the cobwebs from some of my mathematics background, thanks to Stardust, who helped out with most of the math. Most of the math was kind of Stardust helping out, which I appreciate. If you want bullet hell gameplay, make the hitbox smaller. I think I already made the hitbox slightly smaller. I made the hitbox a little bit smaller. I don't know, it's like, it's not super serious. I'm not sure, like, if I have enough screen space. Like, can't I make... What happens if I try to make this... Okay, so if I can't... If I change the camera size, I'd have to change the edge collider again. Would it be funny if the player hitbox is half the screen? I don't know, I think it's like... I feel like I'd have to put an empty... No, you can't. It's like there's no way to sync the change there. Make the player movement slow. If you make the player slower, there's more room for movement. I guess, like, I don't know, let's say, like, let's just turn it down to 30. It's all a bullet hell in the end. Yeah. I don't know, that's like... I think 30... I think 30 is a good speed. Yeah, I'll change the default value back to... down to 30. Yeah, so now I need a place... I need a way to spawn enemies. Why is the ship red and the balls green? I don't know. I don't know. Alright, let me get rid of all the enemies. Can I share a small project I made in Scratch to give inspiration for bullet patterns? I don't know. It sounds to me like bullet patterns are like a lot of math. I don't know. I guess, like, if you want to make like some cleaner bullet patterns, you could use math. Like, let's say, like, oh, I want this bullet to move in at a sign, at like a sign line graph kind of pattern. Why are the balls green in the first place? Because they contrast with the black background a lot better. Especially considering they're hostile pixels. That is a good point. I don't know, it's like, should the player... I feel like the player should know that they're evil. I feel like the player should know that they're enemies. I don't know, they're coming toward you. I assume the player would want to shoot them. I don't know. Alright, so now what do I need to do? So we need to see about this spawn plane. War crime space game? I don't know. Now it's like, I don't think there's really any of a story. It's just you're just shooting like aliens or other spaceships. I don't know if there's any like deep meaning to be found in this. I don't know, let's say we have this, alright? I noticed that's on top of the enemy space. Alright, there we go. I don't know, we can have both of these in the enemy space, that's fine. It's just like, this one will be higher up on the enemy space, on the enemy layer. On the enemy layer. So essentially, within this square, I need to somehow get enemies to spawn inside that square, inside that region. 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 Now, how on earth would I do that? I don't know. I guess it's like, I could take a coordinate of like the... Well, then again, would I even need this shape then? Gonna go now? Alright, bye, Blue. You don't need this shit. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I was like, no, we don't need this. We don't need this thing. We just need to find, like, any region that's not within this, and that's where we spawn the enemies. And how big is the camera here? Just spawn above the camera using Y to camera Y plus height. Spawn above the camera. Yeah, hold up. Like, I'm thinking, like, I need to get, like, a coordinate from, like, the edge of the camera somewhere. So this shows its position. Camera height, more like. Well, I was, like, thinking, how big is this camera? Is this camera actually just size 24? Camera fat? So projection. I'm not sorry, I'm like really thinking this over. I'm not sure if I understand what I need to do here. So render camera base. Size 24. Universal camera data, there's nothing there. So clipping, size 24. I don't know what the size parameter does. Well, it just zooms in the camera. It just zooms in the camera. I'm not really sure how I would be able to use this number to find the coordinates. Not to mention, when I put my mouse over this, it does not tell me what it does. So what is this coordinate here? Camera? What's the aspect ratio of the camera? I can't answer that question. Because, like, the resolution... Nice spaceship speed draw. Did you draw it in MS Paint under a minute? Yeah, I used A-Sprite. I drew it here in A-Sprite. I don't know. It's like my only solution is to just get one of the, I guess, like, as long as... Divide that by a lot to simplify, I guess. It's like, is it as simple as just having a coordinate of the camera? The height is 24. It is 48. Because there's also negative value. Yeah, so this is 48. Roughly. And then there's like some value here that's just like not exact. You can use the aspect ratio to find the width using the height. Use the aspect ratio to find the width using the height. I'm not sure what you're getting at, so I'm sorry. Yeah, it's like despite the camera having like size 24, for some reason that's like the corner isn't as clean as I would have liked it to be. Yeah, that's annoying. It's like I have to get a coordinate space to like the left of this. I got it. Also, if I wanted to ever move the camera, I would probably need to make this a child of this object. So, like, if I ever had to move the camera, the spawning box would also move with it. Would always be in respect of it. Yeah, any of the math-related, like, shit, I, for some reason, just am blanking on. The distance from the center of the screen to the edge is 42 2/3. Danny ultimatum. Like I think I've completely failed on the mathematics part of this because I really wasn't sure. I'm really not sure. So from the center of the screen to the edge is 42 2/3. See, I have an idea in my head of what you could do, but it's just like, is that the best way to do it? When you spawn an enemy, set their X position to a random number between 42.6667 and 42.6667. Or negative. Okay. So what about their Y position? Make it like Star Sector where everything is random? Y position to 24, 28 or something? I think I see what you're getting at. I think I see what you're getting at now. So it's essentially we're making like a line that's as long as the width of like the screen. 28 can be changed if you want. Yeah, exactly. I'm just thinking like, where do I need this spawn plane to be? I probably should have asked this. Publish this to Indie Market after this. Where do you want the enemies to spawn? So, I guess, like, for now, we can put them up top. I don't know. I was thinking like enemies could spawn. I don't think I'll ever have enemies spawn from the bottom. I don't think enemies are ever going to spawn from the bottom. I think it'll always be from the top or either from the sides. I think that would be better. So I'm thinking about this. It's like... maybe even start a Kickstarter? I'd be so terrified of a Kickstarter. I honestly be pretty terrified of a Kickstarter because the idea is like... You're basically... early on in development, when you need funding, you need people to like give you money to like fund a game that may or may not be made in the future. I think that's terrifying. I find that fucking terrifying. And like, especially when knowing that the resources to make a game, you can make a game for like pretty cheap. I guess the only thing, if I were ever to make a game, the only thing I'd ever pay for is probably like either someone to help make music or make art. Like those are the two things. That's really it. It's like, I think I talked about it in another stream of like, well, the kind of game I wanted to make, which is not this. I think some of the mechanics in this game, I actually would implement into the game I was thinking of making. Which, like, it gives you some insight on how I could implement it. They won't care if it's only 10 bucks. What, like, sell a game for $10? It's like, well, I guess, like, yeah, that probably would have been my initial price for, like, a game I'd make. Because, like, I don't think, like, the game I'm thinking of, I don't think it would take terribly long to make. I don't know, it's like, I think it would take an amount of time where... I think it would take long enough where my dad would start to eyeball my life and be like, are you doing something productive with yourself? Because, like, he's obviously going to be worried. And, like, it is kind of a serious endeavor. And it's like, I don't have, like, the Kickstart for 10 bucks. Hey, yo, someone throw me 10 bucks. I need it. Yeah, I'm just thinking, like, I think I can understand how to make the script. I'm just thinking, where do I need the script to be applied? So it's like, what I also need... I need the camera's position, and then I also need these two specific numbers. So I don't know. To make this clean, let's just do like... let's just go for like 45 and negative 45. Like, let's say enemies can spawn on a negative 45 to 45 plane. Just to keep this like... well, actually, we can do like 40. Make it an even cleaner number. Let's go like negative 40 to 40. And then what we also need to do is make sure that it's always maybe like 30 pixels above the camera, like in coordinates. It needs to be like 30 units above the midpoint of the camera. So in this script, we need the camera and we need the camera's position. This is also like, this is a future-proof thing. Like if I ever want to have a situation where I'm actually moving the camera, then I need to make sure that the spawn plane moves with it. The spawn plane is always moving with it. If that makes sense. So like every frame will make sure the spawn plane is always in that position. Does that follow? That follows, right? Now the thing is, I don't know where do I apply this script? I guess like... yeah, where would I need this script to be applied? I don't know if I want to put it on the camera. Like, I was thinking, like, do I put this script on the camera, or do I make an entirely new object? Let me think about it. Do I just make an entirely new empty object for this? So... I think I just need to make a... I guess I can just make my own object, I guess. I don't know, then again... I don't know, let's try it. So let's start with just an empty object, and let's give it a... let's give it... well, wait, I need the camera's position, so what's stopping me from just making the script in here? Because then I could just get the camera's position that way. Man, I feel like I got some I feel like there's no one way to do this, by the way. I think, like, I'm coming across several different ideas on how to do this. I think I'm just gonna have an empty object called enemy spawner. I think this will make it more modular if I do this way. So let's make an enemy spawner. And let's also... So basically what's in this script is... Let's also like set this to like the origin for now. Let's get this at the origin for now. I need to make a new script called enemy spawner. It's like, if we can get this much done, that's already like, it's like already kind of already, it's kind of already a game. I mean, all it's missing is a way to like reload the scene if you die. I don't know, I think like, I think I have a way to do invoke. Like if I die, I can just have the ship disappear and then the scene will just restart or something. Coding happens so fast, this is a lie. Yeah, you wish. See, like, I wasn't gonna use Copilot. I was not gonna use Copilot for this. I did not want to use AI for this. I wanted to actually do it myself. Yeah, so what we need... So we need a reference to a camera. So let's do... I think there's a way to just... There's like a keyword that you can use to get the main camera in your Unity project. I'm not gonna use that. I'm gonna actually use... I'm just going to get camera cam. So now what I need, that gives me the object itself. Which is like, I'm probably just gonna get like the game object of the camera, because I just need its I just need its position. So cam equals well no, okay, so cam object equals... I'm kind of winging this at the moment. Just bear with me for a second. Okay, that doesn't work that way. I don't think it's that easy. Wait, I'm like confusing myself again. I'm gonna try this, and we're gonna see. I wanna say this should give me 0, 0, 0. That should just give me a 0, 0, 0 score inside the console. That's how I can confirm I know this is like, this is correct. Oh. Why do I keep forgetting to do that? Main camera, put that reference in. Why do I always forget to do that? You just got to, I keep forgetting to attach the script. Okay, cool. It gives me exactly the data that's found here in this camera object. So now what I need to do, we need to like kind of create a region. So in our notes, so -40 to 40. So serialized field, so float spawn width, which will equal 40f for now. Script attached, now 1000 bugs shall spawn. If I'm careful, that shouldn't happen. If I'm actually a super genius, then that should not happen. I'll probably also need to have like a timer. I'll need to have like a timer of some kind. So float spawn. So spawn increments. So we can like determine like when we should spawn again, and then float spawn time. Which I think will serialize this value too. Coding with the timer is stressful, but it gets things done more. Well, I'm not really doing a timer. I'm kind of seeing how much I can get done in like 5 hours. Like, coding a timer is kind of neat. I mean, coding a timer is way simpler than I thought it would be. Okay, so now what needs to happen? Now that I have the position of the camera, Sorry, I'm thinking this over. So I need float. No. Bear with me. So I need a spawn plane X, which is like the X value. This is like... This is like the position of the spawn plane. Wait, no, this is already... We need the spawn plane Y. This is what we're looking for. How much does line of code weight IRL? No idea. Several bytes. Might be several bytes. I'm like thinking, is there a better name for this? I guess like spawn plane Y position. That's it. That looks spawn plane position Y. How about that? Oh, we'll do like POS. So basically, spawn plane will equal the camera plus transform plus position dot Y, and then plus... No, wait. I'm confusing myself again. Can lines of code be used as dumbbells in gyms? I mean, if you keep typing code, you'll eventually understand this better. Eventually, you'll go insane, and only then will all of this start to make perfect sense. Why am I... No, it's like... So I need the camera's position. You should drink water? Now that you've said that, I need to take a piss. Good thing I have this empty bottle here, so I don't need to leave my chair. like a real programmer. This shit is like Warped Thaumcraft 4. Sorry, I'm like completely blanking on how I'm supposed to do this. So I have the camera. So like I need the camera's position. I just need the spawn plane will always be the camera position on Y plus the... Oh, it's the other number that I need. I was like, we need the number 30. So we'll serialize this field too, because why not? So spawn height position. God, this variable naming scheme is so confusing. I'm sorry. I need to rethink the names of the variables. This is not. This looks confusing as fuck. I need a good name for this. So spawn width is a good name. That's like the width of. That's like the width of the spawning. That's the width of the spawn plane that's gonna exist above the camera. So I need like. Coding is always confusing, even if you got mad experience. It's like I know the syntax. It's just now I'm in like the logical part of it. I know the syntax. I'm just in I'm having a lot of logical problems where I'm just like, no, how would I implement this? I'm like, what reference do I need to this? Like that's the problem I'm running into. And right now I'm running into the issue of like, what do I need to name my variables? Because otherwise this will be very confusing if I look at this a week from now. If we do this again next Sunday, I'm gonna need to remember what all this does. So float spawn height. Spawn height is gonna equal... This is so stupid. Alright, I'm gonna need to add a comment to this. I'm gonna need to write down what exactly this is. Okay. I'm like, I need to put a comment there so I don't forget what the fuck that does. I know my time zone is actually a day longer. I forgot where you lived. Like, you're somewhere, like, east, right? You're somewhere very east. So it's like, we need the camera position Y, which currently, the camera position is 0, and it'll remain 0 for the time being. Now we need to add the height above camera. All right, I wrote that because I'm Asian, so it's 21/7 for me. I don't remember where you were from. I don't remember where you mentioned it. You don't have to mention it. I don't know, I think, like, I want to know this, like, every frame. I want to make sure we know this every frame in case the camera does move at some point. In case I do anything that does move the camera. So, spawn plane position Y. I think we're going to have, like, our own separate function for this. So, basically, there's going to be a function called spawn enemy. And what's going to happen... Control period, generate a method called spawn enemy. There's a Microsoft source code text file that just says shit. How far did you get in coding? Hi, Line, welcome back. I can show you what we're working on in a second. Or what we've got so far. Honestly, I've made more progress than I thought I would. So, right now... Let me move this back. Right now, we've got it so that I can shoot bullets out of the ship. And also, I have an enemy that is programmed to follow the ship and try to attack it. And then I can just shoot I can shoot the enemy. I haven't done anything, like, death-related yet. I don't know, like, when it... I don't know, it's like... I think, like, I'd want, like, the game management for the ship dying. I think it needs to be done in ship controller. I think it's like I need a trigger. I need a trigger on the ship as, like, a collider. And it's, like, only supposed to answer to anything that's considered an enemy. There's one titled, text.poop, and it's real code. It's like, honestly... Actually, can I say I did this? Can I say I did this? Okay, so something happened. Something happened when I was in undergrad. And basically, when I was helping my teacher out with something, we have this, like, SSH server that we connect to store files inside. And what happened was that my teacher needed to access some stuff inside his, like, account. Inside the account he had for the SSH. So he did it on my laptop. And essentially what happened, when he gave me back the laptop, I suddenly had access to all of his stuff. So what happened, it was the end of the year, by the way. It was the end of the semester, by the way. So, like, I never used any of the things he gave me. But I downloaded the folder to my own computer. And I now have, like, a bunch of folders that kind of resemble some of the homework that he used to give. But then he has one text file that just says sausage. There was a text file that he has that just says sausage. And I wasn't sure what purpose the text file served. And I was like, you think if I walked up to him and just said sausage, you think that would, like, trigger him? Do you think that would like activate something within him, like a sleeper agent of some kind? Always appreciate that bit of digital bytes. I'm like, what was the purpose of this text file? It's like the text file wasn't really in any specific folder. It was just a text file that said sausage. It just said the word sausage inside it. Let me go enemy spawner. Explosion sound effects, sleeper agent. Yeah, yeah, like you just say sausage, and then he wakes up. And like something awakens inside his brain. It's like the Winter Soldier in Civil War. It's like where the guy was reading Bucky all like the different words and shit, and then Bucky, it just suddenly takes control of Bucky and turns him back into the Winter Soldier. Like that. So I have this function here called spawn enemy. So I also need a reference. I guess I also need a reference to the enemy. So serialized field. I need game object enemy. So I'm going to need to attach that to this. Don't remind me of Project Moon Sleeper agents. Yeah, spawn with is assignment never used. That's fine. I'm going to sort that out soon. So inside enemy spawner, I need an enemy. All right, so this is getting kind of confusing. So here's a neat trick. Here's a neat trick you can do. You can actually divide things by headers. So watch this. So you can write something like that to divide up your serialized values, because I notice we have a lot of them now. References. We'll just call this references. So now that should make this look a lot cleaner. Yeah, see? That looks much nicer. You do need a hostile pixel in the hostile pixel spawner. Yeah, that's exactly what we're looking for. Hopefully I can get this working in the next hour, because I honestly think this shouldn't take that long. So, like, how about this? How about this? So, instantiate... I guess, like, let's get... Sorry, I'm thinking about, like, how to approach this. So get random. I need like 2 random values. We essentially need we need 1 random value, and that's like a random number between 40 and negative 40. So floats random x. So I think we can do like math dot. What is the random keyword in Unity? I know there's a way to do it. I've done it before. Yeah, what is the random.range? Okay, so new random.range. All right, that's exactly what I'm looking for. So returns a random float within these 2. The range is inclusive. Honestly, this shouldn't take that long. Every coder's famous for shadowing. So it's like random.range. Wait. I thought it was simple. That's exactly what I did. Does this require something else? No, it's just... Or maybe I don't need the random? Random is an ambiguous reference between Unity. Alright. Can I do this? Using Unity engine.random. Okay, it doesn't work that way. I didn't really remember how namespaces work, so I took a guess. So let's try this. So it accepts that, which, like, this should definitely work. I think this should work. I'm like 50% sure that I'm absolutely sure. So now we need spawn width. However, this is going to be a negative value. And then we do that. So this takes a number between negative 40 and 40. Yeah, we'll need that too. I don't know, we'll take this out of update for now. So instantiate an enemy at the position new vector 3. So we need it to be at random X. We need it to be at spawn plane position Y, and then oh, I think it's like upset about the yeah. And I don't think like rotation does not matter. Its rotation or its orientation does not matter. So once this gets instantiated, it should start going after the it should start going after the player immediately. So let's just like let's see if we can get it to run once. So spawn enemy, we'll put it inside start. So the moment the game begins, it should spawn. That's a video from a tutorial I was watching. That was like showing me like how to aim shit. Let's see what happens. Interesting. Was that like, wait, was that not? It's spawning on Y0. 1 second. So spawn plane position Y, cam. So this should be, I need to. Even then. Oh, wait, I think I see what's going on. So what's happening is that it's spawning an enemy, but it's before this gets established. It's before this value gets established. Let me just put this here temporarily. Yeah, because the start function is ran before anything. How they always got some kind of plot armor and saves coming in every universe? Order of operations ass bug. Yeah. Yeah, so we need to, I just want to see this run once. I need to see this run once. Now that's what I like to see. So what could happen? So essentially every frame, we're gonna have a spawn increment plus equal time dot delta time. I think we have a variable. Spawn time has not been established yet. So let's say like, let's just start with like 5 or something. Order of Codius. Let's say like 5. So spawn enemy. So if this logic is gonna follow, this logic is almost identical to the one we already had, to the enemy, to the bullet spawning logic. It's almost identical. So spawn time. So if spawn time is greater than 5, or no, if the spawn increment is greater than spawn time, then do all this garbage. All right, I think if I don't have this set up correctly, what might happen in a second here might be disastrous. Just fair warning. Whatever might happen in a second might be disastrous if I don't have this set up correctly. I'm gonna be gone for a while. I hope you do mad progress when I come back. Not sure how much longer I'll be streaming, but I'll do you proud. The fuck. All right, so what the hell happened there? What the fuck was that all about? Why did this error even show up? I feel like this error shouldn't have happened. Already bad start with disaster. So object has been destroyed, but you're trying to access it. Your script should also check evening salutations. Hi, Jacob. The object, so it's been destroyed, but you're still trying to access it. Why did this happen, though? Check if it's null. Has something to do with enemy spawner. which all seems correct. Yeah, I'm not sure why that happened. I don't know, so I think what needs to happen is that the spawn time... Oh, wait, the spawn time wasn't reset. Alright, try that again. There's a limited amount of enemies? Oh, wait a minute, what the heck? Why did that... I don't know why that all changed. So set this to be that. There shouldn't be any errors now, right? Okay, so I think I see what we need to do. We need to keep a copy of the enemy every time. We need to keep a copy of the enemy on us. Because it's trying to... We can't destroy the object. We need to have one that's just hidden somewhere in the game. So let's see if this works. So I think after what's ever considered 5 seconds... Whoa. Okay. I kind of forgot. We need to also instantiate it and then set active. So set active to true. I think that's what was missing, because we need to keep one that's just hidden somewhere in the game so we can keep making copies of it. I honestly think there's a whole prefab system in this game, not in this game, in this engine, that I don't know how to use. I have not used it yet. I think between this week and next week, I'm probably going to learn more about that, like how to use prefabs. I definitely think prefabs could probably make this easier, like what I'm trying to accomplish easier. Until then, I'm probably just going to have to hide the object. Oh, fuck it. Okay, wait, I think I just remembered what... I think I remember what I had to do. It's, the spawn increment. You need to reset the timer. You need to reset it. That's pretty good. I like that. I think that's how the game should be played. This game isn't supposed to be a horde shooter. However, I did notice that 5 seconds seemed like a long time in Delta time, I guess. I think it's working. Okay, so now we just have to... Let's find like a good time to work with here. So if I open the enemy spawner, how about like, let's go 1 second. That is honestly so fucking cool. Dude, like, this is already a game. This is already a game. It's like, I already know, like, how we can keep score, too. This is already fantastic. Like, the spawn plane works. I can't leave the bounding box. Man, that's really nice. Now, obviously, I don't know if it's perfect. I don't know if it's like... I don't know if I'm, like, doing everything correctly. But, we got here. we got here. We still have another hour. So, like, I could figure out, like, something else I could do with this. I guess, like, what I also want to implement is probably a scoring system. So, what I'm also gonna need, and I just recently learned this, I'm gonna need a canvas. So I'm gonna need a UI canvas. Upgrades? Maybe the upgrades might not come yet. The upgrades might not come yet. I think, like, a scoring system could also help. I think that's something that's kind of necessary. So this is the... So, game canvas. So it gives me an event system. It also gives me this. And this is where I can embed all of the UI. So let me stop this. Oh, also I have to, yeah. I have to not be in game mode when I do that. So let's make a canvas. So this is game canvas. Let's also add a child element that is a text mesh pro. So import text mesh pro essentials, give me those. I think we only need the essentials. Yeah, we don't need the examples. We don't need these. So that gives me a text box to work with. So what we can also do. So this is like score goes here. And then what I can do, I can press this, and then I can anchor it to a certain position. Like that. I'll probably make it bigger. Actually, I don't know if I'll have like a health system or anything, so I might put this on the right side for now. Oh no, put it there. I think there is fine for now. I also noticed, like, its width is not... I don't know if the width will need to be that long. Oh, shit. I don't know, it's like... It's just gonna be a number. So it shouldn't be, like... It doesn't need to be that long as a width. Let's center that. Let's also not use such an ugly-ass font. So let me create another folder with fonts. Now, here's the thing. I'm trying to remember, where do I go? I think this is actually in my notes. I want to say this is actually in my notes. This might not be in my notes. Did I seriously not write down where to go to look for that? Because essentially, it's like, I write all this sophisticated ass shit, and for some reason, I just don't know how to do that. Did I put it in user interface? Also, wait, where was the vault I was working with? Oh, there we go. So text area, abstract game concepts, what was, what the fuck is this? Yeah, what is that? Get that out of there. Yeah, these three canvases don't matter. User interface. I don't know, I guess that's kind of like a niche piece of information on how to, like, get fonts into this. You have to, like... Damn it, where is it? Import package, import assets. Text Mesh Pro. Create a sprite asset. Okay, so what I need to do, I need to find a font file. I don't know, let's find like a retro font of some kind. I need like a TTF file. Yeah, just bear with me a second. So I have like a retro game font. Yeah, like retro video game font. I guess like this first one I found here should work fine. All right, so extract files. So we need the TTF file. So we're gonna put this in here. And essentially what I need to do, I need to right click on this, and then I need to create an asset file. Like if I remember correctly. So it's under Text Mesh Pro. So I need to make I think it is a sprite no, it's not a sprite asset. Shit, I don't remember what it was. UI toolkit. It wasn't a style sheet, I don't think. Font asset. I think that was it. I think that was correct. Let's give it a shot. I should be able to drag this in here. Yes! Awesome! Okay, perfect. I might make this just a little bit bigger. And then I'm also going to move this... I'm going to increase its width a little more again. Yeah, let's just go with like 500. All right, so now we need a way to update this. So basically, Where would I want to do this? Like, calculate the score. I guess it's like, when an enemy dies, I guess that should add to the score, because there's no other way the enemy can die apart from my bullets. Like, I don't think it'd be wise to put it in the bullet. I don't think it'd be wise to put it in the bullet script. Because if I plan to make different projectiles in the game, I wouldn't want to implement that logic in all 3 of them. So, the best place to check when to update the score is probably when an enemy dies. So, let me go into our enemy script. So inside the enemy controller, I will also need a reference to... I'll need a reference to a Text Mesh Pro. I think there's a way to, like... I don't know, I think there's better ways to do this. There's, like, functions like get object, get component. There's stuff like that. And honestly, I probably should be using them more. So Text Mesh Pro, so score. So we're probably gonna need to update score. So what is it? So, oh wait, yeah, the logic for killing the enemy is in here. Huh, okay, yeah, so the logic is implemented inside there. I don't know, it's like, what I might have to do instead is maybe put the collider on the enemy. So like, this is like a piece of refactoring we'd have to do. Alright, here's what I'm gonna start with. So, what we can first do... If I take the yellow bullet, I'm going to give it a new tag. So let's give it a tag called projectile. Or I guess like player projectile. Because, I don't know, maybe in the future I'd want to have enemy projectiles. So like, I don't want enemies accidentally like friendly firing each other. Which, or maybe I do, I don't know. Maybe I do want that, I'm not sure. So let's see here. Enemy spawner... let's set yellow bullet to player projectile. So how about this? Instead of... Let's make the enemy have the trigger. Which the enemy actually already has a trigger. I'm gonna move the script below this. Yeah, it looks like it has a trigger that's not being used. Alright, well, let's use it then. So, I think in this case, so void... So it's like on trigger enter 2D. We're kind of going to copy over the same logic. Like this logic over here, I'm going to bring this over. So we get this, and then if it's a projectile... Basically, destroy self and also destroy the object that's touching us, which is the bullet. I think this is a way better way to check. I think that's a way better way to check. So, presumably, we don't need this anymore. I think we don't need that anymore. Well, actually, let me just keep it. I'm just gonna comment it out. I want to say we won't need that anymore. It should still function the exact same way, but now we have the logic for the trigger inside the enemy instead of the projectile. Let's give it a shot. And as you can see, like, I'm under... I don't know. I'm not sure how intrusive this score is. Oh. Seriously? So enemy controller, rigid body, circle collider, it has a trigger. So inside the enemy controller, on trigger enter, if the other tag is a projectile, oh wait. It's I've got the tag's name wrong. Yeah, it's player projectile instead. My bad. Let's try that again. So this should work. And again, this now should make it so that all the logic about the trigger is inside the enemy itself and not the bullet. See? Because like I want to update the score when the enemy dies. There's a difference between when the enemy dies as opposed to when the bullet hits the enemy. There's a difference. There's a difference in that logic. So now we don't really need this code anymore. We can get rid of this now. So when the enemy dies, I guess like now we need to update the score, and I guess huh. Sorry, I'm just like thinking this over. So I think like when this first starts, when the game first begins, it's probably going to need to set the score to 0. For now, I'm just going to put a 0 here. Maybe make it like slightly smaller. Okay, let's go that. So now what needs to happen is that inside the script, I don't know, it's like, is this the only way I can think of doing this? It's like, upon an enemy death, that's when the score is updated. So, I guess, like, I'd also have to determine how much this enemy is worth. I'd have to determine how much this enemy is worth. So before the enemy dies, it needs to execute this code. I don't know, I'm just not sure if it's like, is this the best place to implement, like, where the score is updated? I don't know, it's like, what could also happen is that I could have, like, a set of public variables. I could have a set of, like, variables with, getters and setters on how to change, like, the scoring hierarchy. I'm just kind of thinking about how that would look. Because it seems kind of scuffed to update the score from the enemy's death right here. Or have the functionality inside the enemy controller as well. Because I think, like, I can have my own scripts inside the game canvas. But then, like, the game canvas... So you would need, like, a public method of some kind. You would need, like, a setter. So... You would need a setter that is, like, publicly accessible to everybody else. That's what you would have to do. Alright, let's give that a shot. So, let's just, let's, like, axe that for a second. So it's like, I'll need a script. I'll need a script called Score Manager. And then this script is going to be applied on top of the game canvas. So let's put that there. Alright, let's work with an entirely new script. So I don't think we're going to need any of these. So what we need to start off with, we're going to need a reference to the text. We're going to need a reference to the text. So I'm going to need a text mesh pro GUI, score text, which is equal to get find first object by type text mesh pro. Cannot implicitly... Oh, okay, I guess they're different. I guess they're different, I don't know. Yeah, we'll start with something like that. Because, like, I want to say it'll try to find the first object it sees that's a text mesh. Which I want to say is not allowed to become from a mono-behavior constructor. Call it an awake or start. Oh. Fine, be that way. So I guess, like, we might need a start variable. This needs to be inside this. So we have this text mesh pro object that's called score text. Score text, we find the first object that's a text mesh pro. I don't think there's going to be any other text in the game. I think the scoreboard is going to be the only... Yeah, I think that's going to be the only, that's going to be the only thing. I think. Well, no, I might... If I want to implement a health bar. See, that's why I'm like, why would I do this? Because this seems really volatile. Why would I use this thing? Like, why not just directly reference the thing I want? Why not just directly reference the thing I want? I don't know. Maybe when I make more sophisticated games, the purpose of that will be more apparent to me. So serialized field, like this game, like we don't need to overthink things. So yeah, let's just start with an object. Let's just start with score text, and then we already know what text box we're gonna go pull from it. So inside the game canvas, we should now have this, which is going to take the object of our text mesh pro. Okay, does it have to be a text mesh pro GUI? Does it have to be that? Yes, it does. Okay. So I want to say I should just be able to log... Let's say I want to just debug log. Tell me the... Just tell me like score text dot text. Just output that. It should output what we have in there by default. And if I can get it to do that, then we're already like a part of the way there. Okay, good. It knows we're directed to the right object. All right, so now knowing that, we need to make a public method called set we need to make something called public set score. Because like currently this stuff is private. However, I want to be able to set the score here from other variables. So like in the enemy controller, I think I'm gonna have a reference to it where I can like change the score. We're gonna get like into some more intricate stuff here. So public void set score. And what we need is, I think like int. I get int score. Autistic Maniac, hi, welcome. Welcome back. So this thing doesn't need to return anything. It just needs to update what's inside score text. So what we also need is a float. Well, it's like, I don't think there's going to be any decimals in this, so we can just have an integer. So integer score, integer total score. And I guess like to make this set total score, it should initialize at 0. What are you making? So I'm making kind of like a top-down shooter. I guess I can show you like a bit of how it functions initially. Let me just make sure this file functions correctly before I do that. So plus plus equals the score that's given in. And then what I need to do is take score text dot text equals the following string, which is score, and then I need to use some concatenation to give the total score. Like that. So inside the enemy controller, before the enemy dies, we need set score, which I think I'm going to need a reference to this. I'm going to need a reference to like a score manager. So what is this, like... So I need score manager score. Find first object by type score manager. Okay. I think it should be add or increase score, not set score. I mean, like, set total score just means change the total score. I guess, like, increment total score, add total score. I don't know. I use set total score because this is essentially a setter. Yeah, I want to say this should just get the score manager that exists just inside the project. So it should already know about that. It should already be able to access this. So score... I guess, like, for this enemy, I guess I can also set how many points it's worth. So, int points. I guess I'll just make it like 100 points, just to start off. So score.set total score, we need it to be points. Let's see if this works. Like, if these are connected in the way I think they are, this should work. Sorry for not chatting much. I'm locked in trying to make an instant death ray attack for my boss. Well, I'm setting up a scoreboard for this thing. I'm setting up a scoreboard for the default high score of 10,000. Let's see if this works. So it should spawn an enemy. That's not what I asked it to do. What the heck? What? How does that happen? There's nothing like the enemy's not like dying twice or something, right? That shouldn't be happening. See, like, the old me would have just divided that number by 2. Would have just divided that number by 2 and been like, yes, I solved the problem. But no, we need to actually find out why that's happening. The frame rate is making the enemy die twice? That'd be kind of surprising. It's like the function's only being ran once. I need to see, like, what happens when the enemy dies. Yeah, it's like, I'm not like the old me. Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, the enemy is dying twice. What the heck? How the fuck? Bullet has traveled. It's like, what? I've got to change something about this. Maybe make it a fixed frame rate of 30 so it's smooth, but is there a way to change the display rates? Well, what happens if I turn on VSync? Like, VSync should make the frame rate constant. Oh no, is that the issue? Let's try it. No, it's still dying twice. It's something else. I'm just making uneducated guesses. I mean, that wasn't like a bad thing to suggest. It's like the trigger's getting activated twice for some reason. On trigger, enter. Enemy controller. Is there a problem in the bullet code? I don't think it's got to do with the bullet. Do I need that anymore? Because, like, the trigger is no longer inside the capsule anymore. I moved it. So, if you didn't see, I deprecated the yellow bullet's logic for projectiles. Because I moved it into the enemy controller. Because, like, I didn't want to determine... It was to make room for determining the score. Let me see what happens if I turn this off. That was the issue. It was two triggers colliding with each other. Alright, cool. Now I got a scoring system. I'm something of a genius. I'm something of a game developer myself. All right, so we don't need this. And also, that is handy to keep in mind. So basically, any object, when I make an object like in any other file, I can just access a reference to it from anywhere and just do like find first object by type of that object. And like, because I've uniquely named all of these, so like I can just do this whenever the fuck I want, as long as their methods aren't private. So I basically made my own setter for the score manager. So basically, I can now set the score from a lot of different locations in the code now, because it was weird. I don't even remember how I changed it. Honestly, I threw that away. It's like beforehand, the trigger for the bullet, like the trigger was in the bullet to determine when to destroy what it was touching and to destroy the bullet itself. Now instead, it's the enemy that's going to destroy itself and then destroy whatever touched it, which was the bullet. It will always be the bullet. It will always be the bullet. And like, at the same time, I can set the score here too. I can now change the score here too at the same time. And add waves with a fixed number of enemies every 10 waves, a different boss. Alright, now we're getting a little too crazy here. We're getting a little too crazy here. And also, by the way, that's just Star of Providence. You should go play that game. If you like bullet hell roguelikes, you probably like Star of Providence. Yeah, we basically would just make Star of Providence at that point. I don't know. I think, like, if I wanted to make a role-playing game, I talked about it with Stardust Cell. Like, the kind of game I wanted to make. I wanted to make something similar to, like, Deltarune, which was kind of like a mix of being an RPG and also a bullet hell. Where I don't think... It'd be similar to Terraria, where there isn't really experience and levels. Pretty much all of your stats are kind of determined by collecting items and building and, like, creating new weapons, or in other case, spells. To kind of improve your attack damage. That's like the primary way you would upgrade your character. I don't know, like, I don't really want anything in the game that's considered grinding. I don't know, it's like maybe you need to like find certain stuff. Maybe you need to like find certain stuff that's kind of like a little RNG based, but that's all. Gear and possibly stat upgrades. Yeah, like stat upgrades like heart crystals and whatnot, similar to that. Like, I don't know, maybe in certain points in the game you get like a permanent health increase or some permanent stat increase. You can kind of deviate your way. You can go out of your way to go find. That could be cool. I like roguelikes, but I suck at bullet hells. But I also like them at the same time. Yeah, it's all a matter of practice. It's all a matter of practice. So, what else do I need? What else do I want to put in this game? There is a scoring system. I mean, like... I think, like, what I would want... I think, like, it's time to implement some kind of, like, main menu into this. I need, like, a game manager. I need a game manager of some kind, so I can manage, like, the menu and whatnot. I would need something like that. I don't know, I think I've got the room to make more... Okay, here's what we want to do. I think here's something we could try to, like, test this out. Basically, I want to make a pickup. Like, I want to make a pickup item. I guess, like, let's, I guess, like, I also need a way to make it so, the player dies when it's touched. You know what I mean? I know next to nothing about menus. Well, there's a whole, like, canvas system in Unity that allows you to make user interfaces that are overlaid on top of the game. Maybe make it for every 10,000 points you get a point when you die. You can purchase health upgrades in the main menu. All right, let's not get too crazy here. I don't think there'll be meta progression in this. I think that's like a bit out there. I think meta progression's a bit like that's something we can focus on some other time. But I don't want to go outside the scope of my own skill set yet. Or ever, because like then we'll just get confusing and then I'll just be sitting here not knowing what the hell I'm doing. So I think like let's implement things that I can kind of imagine how I can implement this. I don't know, I'm thinking like what needs to be done next. I think like making an item that you can pick up is probably like a good thing to try out. So let's see if we can implement something like that. So let me make a new sprite. Let's make, I don't know, like let's say enemies can sometimes drop like bonus points. So like you have to navigate around the enemies to grab it once you shoot the enemy down. You know what I mean? I understand I just get carried away with ideas and sometimes, yeah, exactly. You need to be careful with that. I also do that too. Like, let's say an enemy dies and it drops, like, you know, something that kind of resembles, like, something that a player will be inclined to pick up, if that makes sense. So, let me, let's say a crate. Well, no, maybe, like, it's like, whatever it is, like, what would I want, what kind of item would I want it to spawn to signify if the player wants to grab that, you get bonus points? You know what I mean? I was like, a gold coin seems like the easiest. Something that resembles a gold coin could be like the easiest solution. A bomb power-up? That'll come later. Like, different projectiles? I think different projectiles is something I'd want to try later. A coin would work? How about something that kind of resembles a star? Like, I don't know, to kind of fit the space theme. Oh, whoops. So it's not gonna be like, I'm no artist. Wait, that's a better idea? No, it's slightly, it kind of looks like the fucking save points in Undertale. How about a blue orb? I don't know, maybe a blue orb could fit like a weapon upgrade kind of item. Alright, kind of mold that away. I don't know, I'm not sure if I'm a fan of the orange. It does, yeah, it does. A fuel cell? If I want to implement health into the game, I think I'd do something like that. Let's try this color instead. That's not vibrant enough. That looks good. Delta and save point at yeah. And like when it spawns, it'll be like rotating. Make sure not to make the plus symbol on the health pickup red. Yeah, I don't know. I think like if we want to make like any sort of health pickup, if we're implementing health into the game, we would want like we want it to look like a fuel cell, like Autistic Maniac said. But again, I don't think we'll get that done this stream. I just want like this, like an idea of a pickup, an idea of like an item you can pick up. Like this is the simplest thing I could think of, is an item you can pick up and it gives you bonus points. So basically, enemies might sometimes drop this. Otherwise, you're breaking the Geneva Convention. Enemies might drop this. In fact, I guess all enemies might drop something. I don't know. They might always drop this. No, like actually. Make sure not to make the plus symbol on the health pickup red. It's like, I don't really know what you mean, or what kind of joke that you're trying to make. It's like, I won't make it look like a med kit. So let's do bonus. Let's call it a bonus. Alright, so I hate how I have to copy this path every single time. I wish, like, I don't know, maybe there's like somewhere in the A sprite settings where I can like set it so, save it to a very specific place I want. Sorry, I was blanking out. So show and explorer. Give me this. That's a bullshit drawing. Ignore that. So save this here. All right, so now we have this. So basically what's going to happen... Let me also reorganize everything here. So this is the game canvas. This is the event system. Your IRL cam is blurry. It is getting dark, by the way. It is very dark outside. I'm being consumed by the darkness again. It's been fixed, yeah. So it's kind of like, this needs to happen when an enemy dies. So when an enemy dies, it has a chance of spawning this object. It was a second ago. So I'm put it in here. It does look like slightly large. Let's go like 0.5. That looks better. Make the chance increase over time. I think there'll just be a flat chance. I think it'll just be like a flat chance. Maybe like a 20% drop. I don't know. It's like the idea... The idea is that when you kill an enemy, you're obviously shooting at these enemies. Sometimes they'll drop that. And it'll disappear after a certain amount of time. So if you want to try to grab it, you can navigate around the other enemies to grab it. Yeah, this is supposed to like encourage you to keep moving around the area, which you kind of already are anyway. So like when you see like, oh, I see that item I want to go navigate and pick up. Obviously, when there are more enemies on the screen, it'll be much harder to do. When there'll be more enemies and shit flying around the screen, I don't know how sophisticated this will get. I don't think it'll get super sophisticated. So I think like I probably need to make my own script for this. I might also need to make my own script for this item. So let's also make... Let me rename this into just bonus. And add like a few 0.1 size ones in the background as ambient stars. Yeah, I'm gonna add like background set pieces later. Like, I have an idea on how I want to do it too. In the meantime, just have the star be placeholder for the health. No, this isn't for the health. This is for points. I don't know, it's like... Honestly, I think what could happen is that maybe when you get like 10,000 points or so, we'll do this arcade style. When you get 10,000 points or so, you can take an extra hit. Like every 10,000 points or something, you can take an extra hit. So I think the ship will start with 2 hits. And you get hit once, you get like a bit of a grace period where you have invincibility frames. For maybe like a good 3 seconds. So like it gives you a chance to like get away. It gives you a chance to like get away or something. And then like, and then if you get hit again, you're just dead. I don't know. I haven't really thought about how to implement the life system yet. But that's, again, we're getting kind of scatterbrained. For now, I want to focus on this. Alright, so we have all of these. I guess like the enemy spawner, I'll put it up here. So this bonus, these things are kind of static items. Have like hearts at the bottom every 10,000 points, half a heart is added, which is 1 HP. Well, I'm just gonna have like hearts. Like just a whole heart, and then I'll have 2 hearts. You know what I mean? I'm just gonna do that. I think that just makes more sense. Rather than going for like half heart stuff, you know, if I had like a more intricate health system, maybe I would implement half hearts or something like that. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to make a new script for this. Valid plan. We're gonna have to make a new script for this. So we'll make one called bonus pickup. I don't know. It's like, am I making too many scripts? But I think like it's best to separate everything as much as possible. Try to keep everything organized and modular. So I think like one thing I want is float rotation speed. How's the game going? It's honestly going really well. So float rotation speed. Let me just like, let me show you. Let me show you what's going on. Ignore that star. That star doesn't do anything yet. Like, in the 5 hours we've been working on this, how long did it take to get the ship working? It took like an hour? It took an hour to get the ship to behave correctly? So basically, I have a ship that shoots in all 360 directions. What the hell? Why is the ship doing that? I didn't change anything about the ship. Why is it doing that? It's like jittering around. I don't know why. Yeah, Toby Fox made Undertale as a fan game of Deltarune to practice learning coding. Yeah, the story came to him in a dream. Yeah, I am aware of that. Is that the recoil system? No. When the hell did I implement a... No, fuck that. Why is there... There is no recoil system. I haven't changed anything about this. Oh, wait, I did. It's the fucking... It's the collider. It's the yellow bullet collider. Yeah, so now this is no longer... Since this is no longer a trigger, the ship is feeling the collision of the bullet as it's instantiated. Okay, so do I have to, like, offset the... I think, like, I have to offset, like, the spawning of this. You know what I mean? So it doesn't, like, mess with the bullet. So when the bullet spawns... So when it spawns, it sets itself in the position. Or just somehow exclude the player. Yeah, that's another thing we can do. Actually... From the hitbox? Wait, I think the ship has its own... Yeah, layer overrides. It has its own layer overrides. So exclude the... Oh. Well, like, the yellow bullet is on the default layer. So is it okay for the ship to just ignore collision on anything on the default layer? Well, okay, what about the enemy spawner? Enemy spawner is on the default layer. The main camera is on the default layer. So I think, like, I gotta put the projectile on its own layer. Why is your room so dark? It is nighttime. And I do my best work in the dark. Do I just implement it like a new layer? Well, he's a disembodied head. I don't know, I guess, like, we can have a layer called projectiles. It's the main solution I see to this. So put this on projectiles, and then have the ship ignore projectile collision. The abyss. So let's see how this looks now. There we go. That's the behavior I'm looking for. Perfect. Yeah, that's the behavior I'm looking for. That's good. Love the text. Alright, so obviously, like, enemies will approximate enemies spawn faster than this. Or maybe I make, like, 2 or 3 enemies. Maybe I randomize how many enemies spawn at the same time. I might randomize the number of enemies that spawn at the same time from, like, 1 to 5 or something. Like, because I'm noticing enemies are only spawning 1 at a time. I might have to do, like, a spawn count. Or, I don't know. I'm honestly thinking, like, I'm following apotheosis logic in modded Minecraft. I'm like, how did apotheosis label it? Was it spawn count? Was it spawn count where it did that? I think it was called spawn count, if you can configure how many mobs spawn at the same time. Well, I guess we'll find out Wednesday when I play more modded Minecraft. Tomorrow we're playing balloons. I'm also getting hungry, but I kind of want to finish this pickup because I think like this item, once we make this item, moderators are gone. So I guess I got to delete that myself. Ban that. I think like I'm gonna finish this pickup's behavior, this bonus item's behavior, and then that'll be it. I'm also thinking like, does the ship need a trigger? I think like, yeah, the ship does need a trigger. Because like when the I guess we should implement the ship dying. I guess like that's something I should do right now. I want to say it's as simple as if I just let the... If I just do like on trigger enter. If other dot tag is equal to... I believe the enemy has a tag. Yeah, it's tagged as enemy. So if it's tagged as enemy, I think like next time we do this, because I actually am interested in doing this again. This was actually really cool. These are like the special streams, so like I don't expect like high turnout as opposed to like the stuff I actually stream. But like I appreciate all the people that have come by. And also like thank you to Stardust Out for being like kind of the mathematical brain behind this. Like honestly, I've been caught lacking. I'm 24. I can't count. I almost forgot like how old I was. When you get into your mid-20s, that happens, dude, all right? When you get into your mid-20s, it just kind of happens. So destroy... So when another enemy comes in contact with us, we destroy the game object. I think that's all I would need to do. And then, I guess, like, debug. I don't know, if we ever have, like, a label... For now, we'll just have a debug message that says, you died. I think it should be as simple as this. I don't know. I don't know if there's any other behavior that I could think of that could affect this. Like, honestly, in 5 hours, I think we've achieved a lot. I think we've achieved a lot in this game. So let me see what happens if an enemy touches me. Alright, perfect. So the object is destroyed, but you're still trying to access it. What's going on there? Oh, shit. Oh, right. It's trying to... I guess, like, I would need to check if the object exists. You know what I mean? I would have to check if the object exists inside the enemy's behavior. So enemy controller. So basically, ship position, game object ship. I don't know, how do I wonder how if we don't have the, if the ship object disappears, I wonder what would happen can I like have some other thing that can happen instead? So ship position. So like I think this is the line where it goes wrong because it's trying to check. It's trying to get like the transform information from it, which it can't find. So if ship dot, is there like anything that lets me know if it exists? Yeah, is there anything... Like, what kind of methods can I use on this? Equals... Compare tag... Game object... is static, layer, hide flag, get type... Name, scene culling, send message... Set active... String, transform, try get component... Try to get component. It's now 10 p.m. It's been officially 5 hours. Don't, clone is not what I want. Convert to game object. Has descriptor. Is there a way to check? Oh, is destroyed. I literally just turned that off. So if ship is not destroyed, I think this is what we want. So if this object isn't destroyed, and then else, we need to do something, some alternate. We need to do some alternate thing. I guess like I'm also gonna need to establish ship position beforehand. So I need to establish it like up here or something. So make the ship position that, otherwise make the ship position some other random number. I don't know. I guess like for now, let's just make it. Let's just make it that for now. Or it needs to be like a vector 3. We'll make it a vector 3 anyway. Yeah. I don't know, we'll just make it that for now if it can't find where the ship is. Or like I want to say if this thing behaves the way I think it does. Let's see. See, like, I've completely deviated on working on something entirely different than what I said I was going to work on. Welcome back. I've got a scoreboard. I've got an item set to pick up. Okay, perfect. It works the way I want it to. So when you die, the enemies will just go towards the center. However, I don't know. I'm like thinking, what do I want them to do instead? Let me try something. I kind of want to achieve like this kind of effect. Don't establish it here. Actually, yes, please do. Or no, it'll only establish it once, I think. Upon, like, first run. So let's do random movement equals new vector 3. And then what we want and then we need, basically I'm going to set it to 3 completely different values and we'll just see what happens to the sprites when the thing dies. And let's just make it like the, I don't know, I think I can hard code these values because like it's like this isn't going to appear anywhere else in the code. And then we put this over 3 times. I want to see what they do. I want to see what they do with this. Like, I'm going to assume that all the instances of the enemy are going to move in their own directions. They're just all going to move in their own directions. Which I think would be cool. Like, let's see what that does. Yeah, look at that. So, like, I think, let me, like, increase the spawn rate So enemy spawner. Spawn time. Set that to 1. Oh, geez. So, like, let's say, like, we're playing the game. The green balls just consume the red ship violently. So let's say we're just kind of playing the game, you know, shooting. More enemies start to spawn. It's getting kind of dicey. And then I die. Huh. I notice... Oh, shit. You dumbass. Alright, let me change these to negative values. That was like, why are they all going in the same place? So I'm like, huh, that doesn't look right. I was like, huh, that doesn't look random. I don't know what that is. I mean, I like the idea that they all fly off in the same direction together. I like the idea of that, but I kind of like them all just kind of dispersing once they kill their target. This kind of reminds me of the gif of Chris killing Sans. Alright, so let's say, like, I'm gaming. Yeah, I'm gaming. I'm continuing to game. They're kind of, like, starting to gang up on me. Oh. I mean, low-key, I actually might keep it that way. Also, we're gonna put an enemy cap. We're gonna put a cap on how randomized movement every frame. Yeah, probably not ideal. Yeah, that's what was happening. That didn't work out the way I wanted it to. It can't be every frame. It needs to be like every couple seconds or something. It needs to be like every like 10 seconds or something. I need to make a new timer. I don't know, all for random movement. All to simulate random movement. Like, I don't know. Make different balls with different powers. Yeah, that's like future shit. That's future. Like, I plan to have something similar to Space Invaders, where there's like a UFO that flies across the top that does fire projectiles. Unlike the other enemies that just kind of follow you. Like yellow balls that shoot piss as ranged attack. Yeah, it's like, I think I'll have like a UFO type enemy that's at the top or at the bottom, and it'll like run along the edge and just try to shoot at you. I don't know, it's like, I don't want to make it like, you have to be careful in this game. I guess like the one thing I could notice in this game is that a player could get killed by some nonsense if they're standing by the edge. You know what I mean? Since the enemies all come from off screen, if you're standing on the edge, an enemy could just surprise you from the left. So you just want to be careful with that. I don't know, I guess like, the one thing that you should know is that enemies will not spawn from the bottom. I don't intend to have enemies spawn from the bottom. I don't know, maybe I'll do it so enemies only spawn from like the top and the sides. And it'll be like Xevious, where the camera is like panning upward and you're kind of following along with the camera. It'll kind of be like that. I don't know, I just need a way for the camera and the ship to move in unison. The camera and the ship need to move alongside with each other. And then also, you need to still be able to be in control of the ship while it's moving alongside the camera. Either that, or I need to create an illusion. I need to create some sort of visual illusion. Where basically, like, let's say this is, You don't need to do that, actually. Let's say this is part of, like, the background. And, like, I just have sprites flying by that make it look like we're moving upward. When the camera is actually sitting still. When the camera's actually still. I don't know, like, do you think, am I discovering the shit that they discovered in, like, the 90s or something? Is this what they did? Is this what they did? In, like, the 80s when they said, like, huh, how do we simulate, like, the background? Well, no, there's not actually a camera moving. It's just the sprites all changing color to make it look like it's moving. I'm just, like, it's like if I discovered fire, and I started telling everybody right now, like, guys, I discovered fire. And like, they just show me the stove. And they're just like, yo, that's been there, bro. We discovered that millions of years ago. I'm a caveman. I'm essentially a caveman. What do I need now? Light a fire IRL. What was I about to do? So it's like the random movement in this doesn't really cut it. I don't know. I kind of low-key like them just vibrating. I like the idea of them just vibrating the moment they kill you. I don't know why. It's creating an unintended effect, but I kind of like it. I might actually keep it. Let's also keep a head count on the enemies. Let's also keep a head count on how many enemies there are. I don't know. There might be a separate... It's like, I don't want to have... I think, like... We'll make a constant variable that... Let's say, let's not have more than 15 enemies... 12 enemies on the screen. Oh, wait. This needs to go in the enemy spawner. So update, spawn plane, spawn enemy. So spawn increment is above spawn time. So let's add this variable that determines the enemy count. And enemy count is less than 12. Also, we need to decrement this value, by the way. Or I guess, like, hold up. No, this can't be a constant value. No, it will. So there's like enemy max count. So enemy max count, and then there's gonna be an enemy counter. I haven't implemented the bonus item yet, by the way. I just kind of saw this and I was like, oh, I should probably fix this. I don't know. Like, we'll take the time to tune some stuff. Enemy max count, enemy counter. So as long as the enemy counter is lower than that. And then enemy... I'm going to need... Alright, here's what I'm going to do. So, we also need some... We'll need these. So, increment enemy counter. So, these are public variables that other things can access. As long as they have a reference to the object. So do that, and then we'll also have a public void decrement enemy counter, which will do the opposite. So for now, let's do increment enemy counter, and these two functions will be accessible from anywhere. So I'll need a reference to this. So when it gets destroyed, or before it gets destroyed, we also need a reference to the enemy spawner. Oh, it's a suggested name. I was about to say, I was like, huh? What is that? I thought it was trying to reference something else. So we need to find... first object by type. We also need it to be enemy spawner. That'll get a reference to that. And then the spawner dot decrement enemy counter. So I guess, like, initially, let's just see if it tries to spawn. Let's set this to, like, 1. I guess, like, you know what? Fuck it. I don't care. This doesn't need to be const. Let's make it... We'll keep it private, though. We'll have this under the parameters. I don't know. Let's see what happens if we set it to be, like, 1 or something. How about 2? Let's set it to 2. See where this takes us. Ah, there we go. Yeah, it's working. So then, that means, if I did something like, say, 50... Yeah, see? We'll slowly start getting up to 50. And then... honestly love this. I absolutely love this. Now, yeah, stop that. I don't care anymore. Started transforming into the bug itself. It's not a bug. It's a feature. This is a feature. They're intentionally supposed to do that. I designed it that way. I intentionally decided they were going to behave that way when the player died. I low-key really like that. That's really cool. How many other distractions do I have before I actually go work on this bonus pickup? Yeah, it's like I'll need to get a reference to the score manager if I want to use this. I'll also need... So that decrements the counter. I don't know, I think like upon dying... One second. Let me try something. Let's make a basic way to reset the game. Let's make a simple way to reset the game. I know, like, I keep putting up the fucking bonus pickup functionality. So they have an aneurysm while brutally tearing the ship apart. Yeah, like that. Unity scripting notes, working with sprites. I had something called invoke. There was something I learned called invoke that was in my notes. Was it under common methods? Yeah, invoke. So if we want to execute a function after a certain delay of time, we can use this. Alright, so what we need to do... Alright, so for now, we might move this later. But let's make a void function called reset game. So I need another library added here called using Unity engine dot scene management. So basically what is going to happen is that this is going to do, I guess, like, we also need to check something. I need to check something in the build options. So build profiles. I need to check my sample scenes. Open scene list. Okay. I think what I should do now is I should finally save this scene with an actual name. Unity crash handler about to go crazy. So let's save this as... What name do I give this? Let's just call it the main game. So now what we also need to do is go in the build profile. We need to add open scene. And then what we can also do is save as scenes. We can now get rid of the sample scene because we just made a copy of it. Cool project. So now what we should do inside the build profile, it should now just have this listed. Yeah, see, it's been listed as deleted. Cool project. Yeah, so this scene is called main game, and this is what we're going to use. So scene manager dot load scene, and then we want to do main game. And then for this, destroy game object, you died. If it destroys the game object, it won't be able to invoke this. Huh, wait. So this function would have to be, it would have to exist somewhere else. Because if the ship gets destroyed, the object won't be able to call this. So I have to make a separate object. I need to make it like a game manager. I need to make like a game manager to nest everything inside. Because, like, it's gonna need to figure out, like, oh, is the ship destroyed? Okay, when the ship is destroyed, reload the scene. Reload the entire scene. Alright, how about this? I'm gonna think about this later. Let's not... I mean, like, changing the build profile and, like, configuring that was something we had to do. That was something we had to do. So what I need, I need the bonus item to have a rigid body, and I need it to have a collider. Or no, do I need it to have a... Hold up, let me check. I'm like thinking, does the ship need... So in the yellow, when the pickup gets picked up, it's gonna add to the score. Yeah, I guess I can just do the same thing as this. Yeah, basically, it gets hit by a projectile. In this case, when it gets touched by the player. When it gets touched by the player, then it just destroys itself, but then also adds to the score. Okay. Let me also... Sorry, I'm like thinking about it. Oh, no, I need this. Then also, like, float... Scale size. I think, like, I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna try something interesting. So every time it's gonna do this, it's gonna try to... So float... So transform... Dot rotate... And then... Let's try 20F. I just want to test something. Will this thing actually rotate? Oh no, I think I need to multiply by delta time as well. So, rotation speed. Time dot delta time. And then, I guess, like, we'll serialize this value too. Yeah, who knows? I could be making a lot of mistakes on all this. I could be making a lot of mistakes. Let's try 20F. So the ship is freaky in the lore, and the green balls are what trying to tear the ship because of the freakiness. Is that the lore? I don't know. It can be whatever the hell you want. So this should just rotate this. Or not. Or maybe what I should do is actually attach the damn script to the fucking thing. Maybe I should actually attach the script to the item. Alright, put that in there. Alright, try that again. I don't know, you're a spaceship and you're shooting down other dudes. That's all you're doing. Shooting down like alien fleets. Oh, that looks great. That honestly looks fantastic. It's like just that little rotation just already makes it look so much nicer. Is this where the Nika rested his dreams after dying? Who knows? Maybe we'll pull him out one day. If we find a resurrection mech serum. One day. Alright, so that's already, like, perfect. So what we can also do is maybe we can mess a bit with the scaling. So how about scale speed? So transform. Essentially, it's like... So let's do scaling animation. And then we'll also just generate this method. So basically, it's gonna kind of subtly grow. So we'll also need like 2 serialized values. So we're gonna need... Actually, I'm curious about something. What would happen if I did this? So transform dot scale the local scale. Yeah, relative to its parent, that's totally fine, which is just the main scene. So what does this take? It cannot be used like a method, but what does it need to be? What, do I not do like scale.x? No, you can, okay. Add a waifu cat girl cosplay on the green balls. Oh, you want like, maybe there's like a small chance that some of them just have cat ears? I don't know, I can implement that. I can probably implement, I'd have to make like a new sprite. I'd have to make like a new sprite for it. And you know, maybe some of them are like faster. That would be funny. Yeah, maybe they spawn from the side and it's like, maybe they spawn from the side and they don't go for the player. They're just trying to, they just go across. And they'll go in like a sine pattern. They'll follow like a sine of X function arc. Functional graph arc. Like that. They'll follow something like that. Not the sine wave. Yeah, they hit the sine wave formation. Local scale. I guess, like, can't I just make this equal, like... Will it just let me do that? Or does it need, like... It needs a vector 3. Okay. That's what I figured. So I'm gonna do the same thing I did in the enemy controller. I'm curious to see what kind of effect this would achieve. Of course, I'm gonna make the numbers smaller. I'm gonna try the same thing. So it's like 0.5. Let's make it like 0.25 F as opposed to 0.5 F. I don't know if that'll be noticeable. I guess we'll find out. I think we'll also... So we don't need float scale. However, I think, like, I want all of these to be the same value. Because, like, it's supposed to scale uniformly. So, how about this? So do that. And then every value in the vector is just rando. The transform attached to this game object. What's wrong here? Oh, of course. The age-old issue. Semicolons. I think, like, we try to avoid magic numbers, all right? It's like, I haven't even done the functionality for this yet, by the way. I've just been, like, decorating this thing. I'm like, ooh, it could look cool if it was like this. And, like, I gotta wrap up the stream soon. I'm getting hungry. And, like, I don't want to stay up too late because I was planning on jogging tomorrow morning, and I was also going to be streaming tomorrow, too. Yeah, but I had a lot of fun with this. Where are the cat ears? I don't know if we'll get to it this stream. It might be something for, like, next week. Because I think, like, maybe every Sunday I could devote time to this. I don't know. I guess, like, we are officially about to become a 5-day... I am about to become a 5-day streamer. I don't know. Give it a shot. What is the next stream? Tomorrow's stream is balloons. And then there won't be any masochist mode for a bit. I don't know. So it'll be replaced by something else. Maybe I'll finally get around the one shot. I think this star should now function the way it should now. Yeah, let's see. Bye-bye masochist mode. Yeah, well, it'll be on hiatus for a bit. I don't know. It's like I said, I might try to play through a turn. Oh. Huh, that's an interesting effect. 12,000 deaths. I don't know, one shot is that kind of game for a stream. I don't know, I heard it's a short game. I don't know, it's like, I don't know if it's like worth a blind playthrough because I don't really know anything about it. One shot is a decently long game. Oh, is it? Ugh. Not that it isn't interesting, but it might be best blind. Well, yeah, I don't know anything about it. That's why I thought it'd be fun to stream. 7 hours? Okay, that's like the length of like Everhood 2. So it could be something that could be done in one stream. I'll see. I've just been kind of like putting it off. I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about the about like the size thing. So do scaling animation. I don't know. Maybe I actually might not use this. I think it's fine just rotating. I think its rotation is just fine. So what it's also going to do is that this thing's also going to have a collider. So this thing is also going to have a collider. I don't know. We'll just use a circle collider. Yeah, that's totally fine. So we need a trigger that's activated for this thing. Then what we need to do, we need to jump back in here, and then we need to add on trigger, enter 2D. For now, let's just make sure this works. About to be prepared for those Nico profile pictures flooding in the chat if you stream one shot. Yeah, all those people that want to see me like watch the ending, or like however the game ends, who knows. Collider 2D, and then it's like bonus. So let's just like see if it should just react to the collider. Yeah, I guess like the one thing I'm also foreseeing is that, oh wait, yeah, it needs to detect the player. So other dot tag. I was like, I knew I was missing something. I was like, that didn't look right. Let me also see if I remember, what is the tag of the ship? Oh, the ship doesn't have a tag. I guess we'll just set that to player. So in this case, it shouldn't regard anything else except the player. So like if anything else touches it, it shouldn't matter. I don't know. I think like I'm gonna have to get like a playlist of music. I think we only played 2 tracks of music the entire time. That I don't know if I'm sorry if that got kind of annoying because I just didn't feel like changing it. All right, there we go. Bonus. Yeah, I was also noticing that was slightly zoomed in. All right, awesome. So now all we need to do, I need to get a reference to the score manager. I'm just going to pull over the same thing I did over here. And then int points. Scale speed is a variable that is no longer needed. Speaking of the music, please install the P Music mod next time you do RimWorld. Yeah, I think next time we do RimWorld, now there are a couple mods that are now available for 1.6 that I kind of want to bring in. Pickup and haul is probably one of the most necessary mods. I was getting so sick of not being able to pick up items. I was getting really sick of that. I had no idea that wasn't a vanilla thing. So the number of points that this thing should offer. Serialized. I don't know what serialized means. So serialized field. I know what that means. So points, this will give you an extra 100 points. So like killing, well actually, it'll give you 50 points. So it's like sometimes enemies are meant to drop this, and then when you pick it up, it'll give you 50 points. Like sometimes enemies will have a chance to drop this. So after killing an enemy, if you try to approach the area where it died, where it dropped it, I don't know, you get rewarded for it. I don't know. Just like add a little extra layer to it. So the mod was delayed. One of the main contributors to Pick Up and Haul passed away. Oh shit, I didn't know that. That sucks. Also, oh yeah, I picked it up. Okay, good. Oh wait, yeah, also we need to destroy the object. The object needs to be destroyed as well. So destroy game object. I kind of forgot I needed to do that. Otherwise, you just get infinite points. You just get infinite points for touching it. All right, let's try that again. His popular mods were all abandoned during 1.6. All right, there we go. See? Functioning pickup. All right, so there are forks of them. Yeah, people will probably pick up where he left off. So now what needs to happen? So bonus, we need to disable this. We need to go back into the code. And essentially, for the enemy controller, when it dies, how would we implement this? So it's like we need to essentially like use random to roll a percent chance. I don't know, it's like, so if I wanted like a 20% chance to drop, how about this? We basically roll a number between 1 and 5, and if it's I don't know, if it rolls a 5, then I guess it drops 1. I don't know. I guess that's what we could do. Also, I'm noticing like score manager, decrement enemy counter. It's like it's starting to fill. This code, the code in here is starting to fill up. There's a lot that happens when an enemy dies. So basically, what needs to happen? We need to make 2 new variables. It's like in case I ever want to serialize these. So serialize field. So max chance will equal 5F. And then serialize field for float min chance, which equals 1F. So it's gonna pick a number between 1 through 5, and it picks like, if it picks 5, then it spawns an item. That's essentially what I'm about to do. So let's say, so if Unity engine dot random dot range min chance max chance. What is happening here? So if it is equal to 1. Well, hold up. So it's gonna try to pick a float. How about this? Is I don't know, I'm thinking like, is there a better way to do this? So roll a number. So in range, there's +1 overload. Returns a random float within that value. Wait, hold up. What about this? Oh my god, I did it. It's like, I don't even think I need to serialize this. So it's like... So let's say percent chance 0.2f. And then what's gonna happen here is less than or equal to the percent chance. Yeah, so essentially, pick a number between 0, pick a float between 0 and 1. If it happens to be less than or equal to percent chance, which is 0.2f, then instantiate... I'm gonna need a reference to this. Hold up. I can just do this, can't I? No, it's not that simple. Wait, no, it's because this is its own pickup. So bonus pickup. And then find object by type. I'm not sure if this is the best way to do this. Is just to like directly address this. To just directly call it. So call the bonus pickup object, and then instantiate bonus. Would it do that? Wait. Hold up. Also, what I'm gonna need is for the enemy. We're gonna need like a... We're gonna need a vector 3 called pause of death. So I'm gonna need that. Dot identity. Which I don't think I spelled this right. Oh. Oh, identity is just lowercase. I was just like, what the fuck? Alright, for now, I'm gonna change this to 1. Just because I want to see, like, will the enemy actually drop it? Because I was like, I tried instantiating, and I was like, is that how it's meant to be instantiated? Yeah, score dot set total. It's like, I thought I would have had to just, like, do bonus dot game object. But for some reason, it's allowing me to type that. I thought I would have gotten an error there. So I want to see what this does. I'm kind of curious. Alright, it doesn't seem to be doing anything. So I'm under the impression bonus.game object. So give me its game object. Yeah, I'm not sure why that I guess it's like you need to instantiate the game object to make it appear here. It's like instantiating an object is different from an actual Unity game object. I don't know why it allows you to put that in there, though. So let's see what happens. Right now, it should be like a 100% chance for it to drop. Hold up. Ah, right. So it's... What's happening... is that before... It needs to check this before it dies. It needs to do that first. Yeah, this will be the last thing I do this stream. It's getting late. Alright, try that again. You know what? I know what I did wrong. Don't worry, I got this. You need to set it active the moment it spawns. Because, like, right now, we need to keep, like, a hidden version. We need to keep a hidden instance of the object so we can keep cloning it. We can make clones of it. I don't know. It's like, I wonder if this is what developers actually do. Like, I'm kind of discovering these little tricks. And I'm just like, is this what developers... Is this what they do? Is this something normal that they do? I don't know. You serious? Wait. Oh, right. So percent chance. Yeah, so that'll never happen. Yeah, let's just like, I know this is always gonna be true. So let me just do that. I just want to see it happen first before I set the if statement. Or maybe I should have just removed the if statement. I should have just removed it. Yeah, it's assigned but no longer used. That's no big deal. No, I did take a shower today. Okay. Just making sure. What? Ugh. Well, that's interesting. What's happening there? So, decrement, aneurysm, green balls. So, find bonus pickup, set active at the position of death. I'm not sure what's wrong. Yeah, it's like this is the bonus game object, which is the object of this instance. So what is this? On trigger, enter 2D. Line 56. So it's trying to instantiate an object that doesn't exist. Or that's what it seems to be saying. Even though that shouldn't be true. Alright, let me see how bullet was done. It's like, maybe I'm misremembering something. So when the ship controller did the rotation, when it would fire, it would instantiate a bullet. Let me try this. Well, I don't think that changes much. For some reason, it's saying that it can't find, like, a reference. When I think, like, this theoretically should work. Let me try it again. Because surely it'll function differently this time. Yeah, I wanna kind of deal with this issue before I close the stream. Yeah, it's like object reference not set to an instance of an object. And it's got to do with, like, the enemy controller. Alright, we'll do this the other way. We'll try this the other way. So in this case, like in the ship controller, we're going to instantiate a bullet. So serialize field. Serialize a game object called bonus. And then bonus will be instantiated down here. Now what needs to change is that we need to add the bonus to here. Yeah, it should give us an entirely new field to mess with. Yeah. Tomorrow's stream is balloons, then one shot, then what? I'm not sure when I'm gonna slot one shot in yet. I'm not sure yet. So Wednesday is Minecraft, Thursday is more RimWorld. I don't know. Yeah, we'll find. Maybe Saturday will be one shot. Maybe Saturday will be one shot. Depends on how much I feel like it. It's like I've been procrastinating on it for so long. It's just been sitting in my. There we go. It works. So now all I need to do is change this. So percent chance. So change this to 0f, and then change this to percent chance. And it needs to be less than or equal to the percent chance. So as long as it's less than 0.2, whatever the float value is, if it's between 0 and 0.2, that should work. So now there's a 1 in 5 chance that a star will drop from one of these enemies. Like one of those bonus stars. Alright, let's try it. See? There is now a 1 in 5 chance. What the? It's luck. It's entirely luck. It's entirely luck. Oh. But yeah, I think that's good. It honestly works really, really well. And I have made so much progress in just 5 hours. Oh, man. I think that's all I want to do. I've already mentioned what I'm going to be working on in the future. Or, like, what streams are going to be coming up this week. Let's just pause that. My air conditioning is now rattling. I uploaded a video of the death ray I made. Let me take a look. Let me open this. Yeah, I can watch it on stream. Look at me actually reacting to shit. Oh. Yeah, that's interesting. Thanks. Add a 5% chance to the cat girl green balls drop an infectious virus that turns the Shiv cat girl flavored next Unity stream. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Yeah, I'm like, I'll probably have to write down what other things I want to add to this. It's like, I think we need the moving background. We need a background, like the illusion that it's moving. The illusion that the character is moving forward. Maybe some new enemies. The ability to have, like, upgrade your weapon. So maybe there'll be, like, pickups that only last a certain amount of time. That's what I'm thinking of. That's the simplest, like, way to do it. So it's like, even if you get an upgrade, it doesn't last forever. So it lasts after, like, a certain amount of times. And then you have to, like, kill another enemy to get another pickup or something. Replay value? Yeah, I don't know if there's, like, replay value. It's kind of just, like, it's very arcadey. What I've designed here is very arcade-like. It's very arcade-like. You die, you restart, and then you just see how far you get. But anyway, that'll be saved for another Sunday. Next Sunday, probably. So I think, like, maybe I will. It's like, if I really throw myself into this, I can actually learn this. I can definitely learn this. I'm gonna go and brush up on my calculus and trigonometry, so Stardust Cell doesn't show me up again next stream. Thank you to my moderators on YouTube and Twitch. Thank you to Stardust Cell for being a huge help with the mathematical parts of all this. You were a very big help. I think, like, some of those parts would not have been possible without some, like, extra mathematical insight. And thank you to everybody who stuck around to the end. It's late. You should all go to sleep. You should all go to sleep. Alright, I'll see you guys later. Thank you for watching this special stream. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.